get started here. This is the Tuesday, May 10th Carson City School Board meeting. We'll call this meeting to order. Item 1 is going to be adoption of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any comments, questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Oh, excuse me, Richard?
Sorry, Mr. President, I need to make you aware of one condition of the agenda on item number 16. It's printed as being SB 483. It actually should be AB 483. Hopefully that doesn't cause us to put this off for another agenda.
Yeah, I wouldn't think
Okay.
so, as long as we make that adjustment. Okay. All right, anyway, so we have a motion and a second. We are changing on item 16, referencing AB 483 instead of SB 483. Any further discussion?
Motion, I accept that as part of the motion.
Okay.
A second.
Let's second it just to be official. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, now we're going to adjourn to a closed meeting session per NRS 288.220, parentheses 4, to discuss labor relations with the district's management representatives, and this is for discussion only. Tuesday, May 10th school board meeting. We are now going to reconvene to public session, and we're going to start off with item 4, flag salute. Laurel, if you'll lead us. Okay, thank you. Item 5, superintendent's report for information only. Richard.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. It's our pleasure to be with you this evening. We have some special guests that we are looking forward to hearing from. I'd like to first introduce Angela Golick, who helps to sponsor the Future Business Leaders of America club that's at Carson High School, and like to have her begin by talking a little bit about the program, and then we'll introduce our students.
Good evening. Thank you for having me and my students that will come up here in just one moment. Future Business Leaders of America is a club that we've had around for many years at Carson High School. It is now part of the business program at Carson High, the CTE program, and I work in conjunction with the other advisor, Mr. McHenry, who will be speaking in a few minutes. The Future Business Leaders of America is exactly what it stands for, what it is, FBLA. These are kids who have a desire and interest in pursuing business in their future, and they are shining and are great representatives of our school. We recently competed in the state competition, which was held in Reno this year, and we had 23 students, which is the most amount of students we've ever taken from FBLA to this state competition, and those 23 students walked away with 31 top 10 finishes, which is also a record for us. And I suppose you're wondering what kinds of things that these people compete in when they go to this kind of a competition. And they take knowledge tests ahead of time. That's part of their competitions, such as business calculations, accounting, insurance and risk management, networking concepts, personal finance. Those are the types of categories of knowledge tests. And then they also have competitions where they work as either individuals or teams in what we call the presentation and scenario events. And those include things like business ethics, where you're given an ethical issue in business, and as a team, you're given 20 minutes to figure out how you would prepare and solve that issue and solutions you would offer. There's the business plan competition, client service, how you deal with the community, or if you're working in that type of a position, entrepreneurship, future business leaders, help desk, electronic career portfolio. So these are just a sampling of the events that are at a business conference such as this that we compete in. And this is the first time in Carson High's history that we had so many people place that we're one of the top 10 chapters in the state in sweepstake points for our award finishes. So I'm very proud of our students for completing that. I'd like to invite the students to come up rather than you to listen to me tell you what they want. I want them to introduce themselves and tell you what awards they all walked away with. 9 of our students qualified top 4, which qualifies them for nationals in Atlanta, Georgia, and we're taking 6 of them to Atlanta, Georgia in June, at the end of June. So that'll be a fun trip to perfect weather in Atlanta there. So students, would you please come up?
Can I ask your name?
Yes, my name is Angela Golick.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So hello, I'm Logan Mead. I'm a junior, and I competed in Future Business Leader. I placed 4th, and I will be going to nationals. Oh, and I'm Vice President and President-elect.
My name is Evelyn Delgado, and I'm the current president of FBLA. Me and Ricky, we got 3rd in entrepreneurship, 6th in business plan, and I also got 10th in networking concepts. Your name?
And yeah, I'm Ricky Garcia.
Hi, I'm Hannah Golick.
And I'm Sadie Scher.
We competed in business ethics.
And we took 5th place, or 10th.
No, 10th place. And we also competed in hospitality management,
And we took third place.
but we won't be going to nationals this year.
Hello, my name is Shaylin Segura. I'm a junior.
And my name is Sophia Waite, and I'm a junior also.
For the test that we did individually, I did securities and investments and got 7th place.
I did that as well, and I got 6th place. I got 2nd in business calculations and 9th in personal finance.
And for our partner events, we did 2 of them. We're double state champions. We got 1st in marketing and also in business plan and presentation. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Giovanna Wong-Fortunato, and I got 5th in insurance and risk management, 5th in job interview, and 2nd in public speaking. And I'll be attending nationals this summer. Thank you.
My name is Casey Lopes. I'm in the 11th grade, and I got 5th place in accounting 2 and 5th place in public speaking 2.
Thank you. We have quite a few students that couldn't make it tonight, but that's why I gave you a printout of all of their awards. You might recognize some of those names on this list, and so I just wanted to share with you all of the students who represented Carson High School so well. I would now like to introduce my co-advisor, who is a business teacher, or the business teacher at Carson High School, William McHenry, Billy, as some of you might know. He really deserves like 99% of the credit for how well these students did at the state competition. It's what he does in his classroom, preparing the students in these business competitions and putting together business plans. Our state champions in their business plan, by the way, some of you might be familiar with what a business plan looks like, but it was over 30 pages long that they put together their business plan. Love to show you that sometime. But you know, this is a lot of work and a lot of detail that goes into these events, and Mr. McHenry does a fabulous job getting them ready for that. So I really appreciate the efforts that he goes to, and I just raise money and go on the bus with them. So Mr. McHenry, if you would please come on over.
Thanks. I got my business degree in 1987, and there was no such thing as social media. It's changed quite a bit. 3 years ago, Ron Beck asked me to do this. I'd been a 6th grade teacher and a math teacher, so much as I appreciate Angela's words, the real credit goes to Carson City. I've got so many people that support these students and really do most of the teaching in my classroom. I'm more of a facilitator, and I just got to mention all them. Michael Saloga with the City of Carson City is in my classroom 4 or 5 times a year. He serves on our Shark Tank competition, which is kind of the focus of my class, and the focus of my curriculum is around teaching entrepreneurship through the business plan. And you know, I am very proud of the fact that we had 3 business plans in the top 10. Evelyn and Ricky were modest. They actually won. Evelyn and Ricky won the presentation portion, but got scored a little bit lower than I thought they should have on their written plan, whereas Shaylin and Sophia, you know, kind of did, I think they were 2nd in the presentation and 2nd in the written, which gave them the overall state championship. But Michael Saloga, Julie Slocum, and tons of people from Greater Nevada Credit Union are in my classroom. Maya McKenzie from the Adams Hub, Brian Howard from U.S. Bank, Katie Coombs from Sierra Financial Planners, Renee Plain, In Plain Site Marketing, Joel Dunn, and a bunch of other people from the Carson City Visitors Bureau. Jeff Glass, who used to be with the Adams Hub, I don't know what he does now, but he still comes to my class and helps me. Alan Goslin, an instructional something at Carson High School, who's always in my classroom helping me do things. Michelle Lewis, our administrator, Ms. Fuson's been very supportive. Nevada Insurance Agency comes, you know, we can call anytime the kids have a question about anything they need to do insurance-wise with their business plans. We can get on the phone to Nevada Insurance Agency. Junior Achievement comes in and teaches a 7-lesson entrepreneurship period in my classroom. Cheryl Macy, just go, you know, the list goes on and on. And the great thing about it is they don't just support me by being in my classroom and teaching these students, you know, real business people teaching these students what's going on, but they also support us with money. We actually in our, I always told my parents, God, if you paid me to go to school, I'd try a lot harder. And so I decided I'd pay my students to go to school. And we actually have a Carson High School Shark Tank competition where we give away $250 for the best business plan in each class. And that's supported by all those different businesses that I talked to. So, and obviously it's working because they're doing well otherwise. And I could tell you a lot of other things that the kids didn't say about themselves. Sadie was state champion last year in job interview, and on and on and on. But the last things I'll leave you with is the Adams Hub has probably been the very best friend of all to us. They raised a ton of money to send our kids to Chicago last year and challenged the community. We kind of find out at the last minute, hey, you can go to nationals in Atlanta. And the Adams Hub has again come forward with, after already contributing to my Shark Tank competition and being in my classroom, with $3,000 more to help pay for our students to go. And again, just if anybody's watching on TV, where they've challenged the community again to match their commitment. So with that said, the last thing I'll say is, it's easy to do my job. And so much of the time in the 3 years I've been doing this, and when in coaching and whatever else, there's a lot of recognition. Like all these kids, I guarantee you, they tell you, if you teach the lower or the more remedial classes, our special ed teachers and our elementary school teachers, they don't really give out any trophies for that. And so I'd really like to take a second to recognize those teachers who are in fields that there's not a trophy and you can't stand up and say you won a state championship, but they're really the foundation behind what all these kids are able to do, what they taught them through elementary and middle school. And my job's just easy. I just collect the trophies and go on bus rides with them to fun places. And the last thing is, we got 2 other students that entered. They weren't in FBLA, they are in my class, and they're competing tomorrow. They entered a different business plan competition because they weren't in FBLA. They're both football and athletes, and so they have told me they're too busy to join FBLA. So they entered a different competition, the Nevada Department of Education business plan, and they are the only kids from the north. They're actually doing a video conference because all the Sharks are in Las Vegas and all the other presentations are live in Las Vegas. So they compete tomorrow for hopefully another state championship. And again, the only representatives from the north in the business plan. And Miss Golick's way too humble too. She's the heart and soul behind this club. So thank you, and hopefully we'll come back with a national championship.
Yeah, I just want to congratulate everybody. I mean, whether you get to go to nationals or not, what a great opportunity it is. And for a lot of us now who find ourselves in positions when we're not sitting up here, like running or helping to run companies, we did not get to learn all the stuff that you're learning right now. So it's take advantage of this, put this on your resumes, remember it, because it will come in handy again. So congratulations. Richard, sorry, don't want to take your thunder.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just carrying forward, when I first moved to Nevada 15 years ago, I met a gentleman by the name of Hank Etchemendy, and he was a former city manager here in Carson City. And when I met him, he was an individual who was working as a lobbyist for the legislature. Just a wonderful man. And he has since passed away, but the PTA organization in the state of Nevada has honored Hank Etchemendy by making an award available for deserving individuals who have established themselves to a high degree within the PTA organization. And you may not know this, but we have a member of our board who is Laurel Crossman, who has been honored by receiving a Hank Etchemendy, easy for me to say, recognition. And so Laurel, congratulations. Wanted to make sure that you were recognized duly in front of our board. And Trustee Crossman, I was hoping you might be able to talk a little bit about your experience and a little more about the award.
Okay. It's an award given to a PTA volunteer or other public official who has championed a cause that benefits children in the local area or throughout the state of Nevada. And I was nominated by Fritch PTA President Sarah Romeo, and part of the nomination that they included was the work that on the wellness, the revision of the wellness policy and inviting PTA members to come and give their input on that. And also the work that we did this last year and listening to the public and the PTA members regarding the recess policy that we recently adopted. And so I thought it was a great honor. I come from a history of PTA legacy. My mother was the PTA president at Fritch Elementary School back in the 80s, and she'll still tell you when you go to see the stage that my dad's lumberyard and John Daniels helped to build the stage that her grandchildren now sometimes perform on. To me it was really humbling and a great honor, because I know that everyone who is a member of PTA advocates for children, so I really appreciated the award.
Well, Trustee Crossman, I'd just like to add my congratulations. I see your families here tonight, and I know that they spend numerous hours with you away from them doing PTA and other things that are of a charitable nature. So congratulations. We're fortunate to have you as a member of our board. Mr. President, just a few more things. I'd like to make mention that Carson City School District is offering Jumpstart courses to both juniors and seniors for the 2016-2017 school year. Seniors will actually take their courses at WNC, while juniors will enroll in their courses that will be given at Carson High School. If there are any qualified students or families that are still interested in this program, we invite them to contact a Carson High School guidance counselor. I'd also like the community to know that the district will be transitioning to a statewide student information system that's called Infinite Campus. And this software system will begin at the end of June, so July 1st it kicks in, and it will replace the student information system that's currently known as PowerSchool. So please be on the watch for that. We intend to have some outreach programs for parents and families to learn how to use this new system so that they'll be able to go from one school year to the next and have the ability to understand and use that system in helping their students. And then finally, on Wednesday, May the 18th, that's when we will hold our annual budget hearing, and that will be held at 1402 West King Street. That's at our district office boardroom, and the start time for that is 5:15 p.m. And Mr. President, that's my report.
Great, thank you, Superintendent Stokes. We'll move on to item 6, board reports, board member comments, and we'll start off with Carson High School.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. I'd like to start by saying that on Friday, May 13th, so this upcoming Friday is the last day for seniors to submit their registration for SafeGrad. Tuesday, May 17th is inauguration for our student council. We will be welcoming the new student council members, and we will also be thanking those leaving the council. Thursday, May 19th is the Salute to Scholars Night, where the guidance office at Carson High School is awarding all the seniors who have received scholarship awards at that Salute to Scholars Night. Friday, May 20th is the last day to submit late orders for graduation for all seniors. And then Senior Sunrise will be held May 25th on the front lawn of the high school, and that date is also subject to change. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And now we'll hear from Pioneer.
Thank you, members of the board. We would like to honor a few special Pioneer students tonight. We would like to recognize the Pioneer students who have committed service to our armed forces. Andrew Hill, Anae Ruiz, Travis Underhill, and Alexa Garcia have signed with the Army, and Renee Moriarty has signed with the Air Force. Leadership hosted a blood drive and collected 16 units of blood that will go a long way to save many lives. Thank you to all those who donated and helped with the event. EOC testing continues this week. PHS will have a regular schedule for all students. Please bring to school your laptop fully charged and ready to use. Prom will be on May 21st at PHS with an Alice in Wonderland theme. The last project discovery will be May 19th and May 20th. This is a two-day field trip, please return your permission slips in ASAP. PHA students will have an art show highlighting their work at the Brewery Arts Center on May 13th from 5 to 7 p.m. and May 14th from 3 to 6 p.m. Hope to see you guys there. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And we'll move on to Nevada Association of School Boards.
Real quick, because it's a long meeting, but we did meet Friday and Saturday and had some really good professional development, especially about the ESSA. And probably the most important thing to know is the nomination forms are out for the awards, so we're going to start thinking about that and getting that going.
Great. All right, thank you. Now we'll just school board announcements. We'll start with Steve.
Just want to mention Fremont School has expressed a lot of appreciation for the many parents and members of the PTSA that have been helping these last few weeks, just putting in a lot of time.
Stacy.
I just want to thank the Classified Association and OCEA for the great banquets, and it was really great to see those awards, and I appreciated the invite.
Okay, Ryan. Laurel?
One thing I forgot to mention was at the Nevada PTA banquet, they asked for an update, and when I told them that our board had recently approved a recess policy for elementary schools, there was a lot of applause. So Nevada PTA was excited that we have a recess policy. For Carson Middle School, I wanted to report that I attended the All-State Middle School and High School Choir concert. I was chaperone for the group, and I'd like to thank all our music educators because that program for the band and choir students and the orchestra students is really a great thing and a great musical opportunity for our students. For Carson Middle School, they had their National Junior Honor Society induction tonight, and next week starts the awards. 8th grade is Monday at 5:30, 6th grade is Tuesday at 8 a.m., and 7th grade is Wednesday at 8 a.m. And also tonight there is a CMS PTA fundraiser at Yogurt Beach, so if you want to go celebrate anything, if we get out early enough, we could go get some too. For Fritch Elementary School, they have completed testing, and they are grateful that they're completed with that. And also for the PTA Readathon, which was hosted over spring break, the Fritch kindergartners and first graders kept track of 112 students participated, and first graders and kindergartners kept track of minutes. They read 7,125 minutes, which is nearly 5 whole days. And the second and fifth graders read 57,648 pages, which would be comparable to reading War and Peace 47 times. Also, 15 staff members participated, and they read 13,906 pages. And special recognition should go to the top student, third grader Neva Mello, because she read 7,189 pages over spring break. She read 22 students read over 1,000 pages, and the top class was Mrs. Rob's class that read 13,565 pages, which Neva's in. But the next top class was Mrs. Monroe's 4th grade class, and they read 9,664 pages. So Neva alone read almost as much as the entire 4th grade class that participated. So congratulations to her, and also we'd like to thank Subway and Applebee's and Red's 395 Grill for donating prizes for the students.
Great, thank you very much, Laurel. I don't have any comments tonight, except I just wanted to, I guess, publicly thank Assistant Superintendent Kima, Dr. Perdare, and Principal Tasha Fusion. I had the chance to go to the high school the other day and get a lesson on some of the past and present testing, and I just wanted to say thank you. It's always interesting to talk to you guys. There's a lot that goes into this stuff that if you're not involved in it every day, you just don't understand, and thank you very much. Moving on to item 7, association reports. Sorry, I almost passed over that. Do we have any association reports?
Good evening, President Cassioppo, school board members, Mr. Stokes, Mr. Delphin, Mrs. Kima. My name is Loretta Marson. I was voted in as vice president of our association, and so I'm here. Terry was going to be here, but she took a fall this afternoon, so she's home recuperating. She's going to be okay. So I just want to introduce myself. I'll be in and out, me and Terry. Also, I'd like to report we're still in negotiations. We're hoping to get that done by the end of June 30th. So really, really stressing on this, but we're sure we'll get through it. And also, I'd like to thank Mr. Stokes, Mr. Delphin, Mr. Reynolds, and Mrs. Kima for coming to our classified banquet at Fandango. It was a wonderful event, good food, and we recognize this year's and last year's, as we had a little bit of an issue with last year's, but we had a really nice attendance of the, oh, and Stacy, I forgot you were there. And so anyway, we hope to continue this, and I'll be seeing you all again. Thank you.
Good, thank you very much. So we'll move on to public comment. And of course, have to read a little paragraph to everybody, but comments may be made by members of the public on any matter within the authority of this board. Please note that public comment will be taken on items marked for possible action before action is taken on such items, and members of the public are encouraged to comment on such items at the time they're being considered. Although members of the board may respond to questions and discuss issues raised during public comment, no action may be taken on such matter until the matter is placed on the agenda for action at a meeting of the board. In making public comments, speakers are asked to come to the podium, sign in, speak into the microphone, and identify themselves for the record. Speakers are asked to limit their comments to no more than 3 minutes and not to simply repeat comments made by others. With that said, do we have any public comment? Yes, ma'am.
Which topic are you talking about?
Number 8.
I wanted to talk about the student data longitudinal.
Can I get you to come up to the podium? And to just give us your name for the record.
My name is Julie Fear Oliver, and I want to make a public comment about student data and the new Infinite Campus. The new Infinite Campus, well, I happen to have inside information on it because I am the assistant to the director that put together Infinite Campus. So if there's any questions you need to know that the 100 schools and where the money came from, I have all the information. I'm available for that. Also, the student longitudinal data system that was granted for 5 years, I have information on that. FBLA that we were talking about earlier, I worked on the board of the FBLA, and I was a judge for the students, and I was an assistant to the director for 3 years. Needless to say, I was at the Department of Education for 16 years, and I'm here as a candidate. So did you have any questions?
Do we have any questions at this time? No. We do have on the agenda for later, we do have questions for the candidates, though.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to make comments because of these programs and how much they affect our students. And I am here for the students, and I was with the board for 16 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julie. Any additional public comments? Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Henry Dove. I'm a former Carson City School District employee. Also, I'm a former public employee from the County of Los Angeles and the City of West Covina, and former Marine. I came here tonight because I wanted to I spoke to someone on the board here from my home in D.C. a few months back in regards to transportation. It's kind of like your stepchild here from my field. After working with the district for 9 years, I came to observe, to see what was going on because I'd planned on running for the board. But I'm not a permanent, citizen here. But I want you to know that I think, in my mind, you're kind of overlooking one of the most important assets that you have in this district, and that's those people that drive those little yellow and black buses in this city. Your teachers, your principals, your superintendents, they're all important. But those people are the first to come in contact with your children in the morning, and they're the last to see them in the afternoon. And I feel that there are some that are being mistreated. And I think you should take a look at it. After working in government for the number of years that I have, I've come to know I used to run an organization, like I say, in West Covina. I was in charge of their water and wastewater department. I know people. You have to treat them right in order to get the best out of them. As a Marine, I depended on my men to protect me. They took orders, but they protected me. You need to do the same for these drivers. Don't write them off. Just don't say, hey, I can replace you in a heartbeat. When they have a problem, have someone check it out. Just don't say, okay, we'll look at it, and then turn your back on them. Because I had this word from this person I spoke to that they would get in touch with me again. All they had to do was call me. I live in D.C., like I say, part-time. But I never got a call. I never got an email or anything from this individual. I think that's wrong. If I told someone that when I worked in government, I would have lost my job. Please take a look at your transportation department, because there are things happening down there that you people are not aware of, and I don't even think the superintendent is aware of some of the things. Again, I know I only have a couple more minutes, a minute or so. Again, take a look. There's something going on down there that I think you guys need to take a look at. Ride those buses sometimes, not only from schools to the home, but take a field trip sometimes, and you'll see what's going on. Treat them better, and you got a lot of good people down there, and they're loyal, but you're losing a lot of them.
Great. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate your time. Do we have any additional public comment? All right, seeing none, we're going to move on to item 9. Discuss an impossible action of the 2016A refunding bond resolution authorizing the superintendent to arrange for the sale of refunding bonds. This is for possible action, and we have Andrew Fueling with Marty Johnson.
Thank you, President Cacioppo. Tonight we have the district's financial advisor, Mr. Marty Johnson, here to discuss potential refunding of bonds the district has previously issued that could save the district over $1 million over the coming years within our debt service fund payments. This will help save money and also can support help out the bonding consideration that we have going with the facilities master plan discussions and looking at possibly issuing bonds in the next fiscal year and in fiscal year 21. Tonight, Mr. Johnson is here to talk about the sale resolution, which just helps get the process of bonding started. So I'll defer to Mr. Johnson.
Good evening. As AJ said, Marty Johnson with J&A Consulting. Just very quickly, he did a very good job of summarizing what we're planning to do. The resolution that you have before you tonight does not allow us to actually issue the bonds. This just authorizes us to get started with the process. And one of the most important things in there that it authorizes us to do is apply for the state guarantee from the Permanent School Fund. And that will get us a AAA rating on the bonds, which gets us the best possible interest rate. The district has a AA category rating on their own, which is an excellent rating. So the guarantee doesn't help us as much as it would other school districts. But it's there. They've reserved capacity for us, so we might as well use it and take advantage of it. As he also mentioned, the savings are approximately $1 million over the life of the bonds, and those will go towards helping to afford the next set of bonds that you may do for your capital projects. Our current plan would be to come back probably at the last meeting in June to get your approval to actually issue the bonds, and then we would sell the bonds in mid-July. And at that point in time, we'd lock in interest rates and know exactly what the savings are. So if you have any other questions, I'd be happy to have AJ answer them for you.
Do you have any questions on the board?
They're taking it easy on you.
That's right.
Just a quick question, Mr. Pavlakis, have you had the opportunity to review this as well?
Yes. No, we've worked with Marty. I think everybody knows, but we've worked with Marty over the years and appreciate everything he does for us. So he hasn't led us astray yet.
I don't plan to. Hopefully.
No, thank you. Thank you very much. All right. So this
do we
is
need a motion?
for action.
Okay. I move that the Carson City School District Board of Trustees adopt the 2016A refunding bond resolution as submitted, authorizing the superintendent to arrange for the sale of refunding bonds.
Have a motion, do we have a second? Second by Steve. Any additional comments, questions, comments from the public? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, AJ. Okay, moving on to item 10. I didn't expect that to go so quick. That was good. Discussion and possible action to approve contract for financial grade operational audit with McKinstry Energy Services Company, ESCO, to include presentation from Celtic Energy on performance contracting. This one is also for possible action, and we have Mark Kornick along with Jin Knutson and Chris Halpin.
Thank you, President Cassioppo, trustees, executive staff, Mark Kornick, Director of Operations, for the record. So I am here in front of you to discuss the possible action to approve this contract for the financial grade audit to McKinstry, who was our awarded ESCO. In April, I was here explaining what an energy savings performance contract was. And I've been, this second time that I've been in front of the board, and we've done a couple presentations at the facilities management meetings, or the facilities master plan meetings as well. And Mr. Halpin was at one of those meetings. In April, I presented a timeline of how this process went, and we started roughly back in January and moved on through the whole process. And we got down into April. We chose McKinstry, and we started contract negotiations, which, thanks to Mr. Pavlakis and the attorneys on McKinstry's side, we were done within 2 weeks of the contract, of that period. The good thing was we were following a template that the state had put out. So pretty much most of the contract had been vetted. We just had to drop in different information. So I won't talk too much because I think it'd be better for you to hear from the experts on this. I'm going to introduce Chris Halpin, who is the president of Celtic Energy, and he's going to tell you a little bit about energy savings performance contracts and what Celtic is going to help us with through this process. So, Chris.
Thank you. Okay, here's your clicker. And just the side button. All right. All right, thank you very much for having me here this evening. Appreciate the ability to share some of our knowledge in this arena and help the school system out and have a successful project. I'll tell you a little bit about us, who we are and what we do, and what kind of role we'll have here. We're a nationally known energy efficiency, renewable energy, and sustainability consulting firm. We do this sort of work all over the U.S., from here in Nevada to East Coast, Midwest, Southeast. We've done this sort of role over 100 times, including over a dozen times here in Nevada for various different school systems and the state energy office. We've done work for all your surrounding school systems, Washoe, Douglas, Lyon, Churchill, and that other CCSD, small district, little south of here, and a bunch of universities, 10 campuses of the University of North Carolina, for example. We do a lot of this work for the feds, FBI, FDA, all branches of the military, and some of the other cities and towns, Reno and Henderson here in Nevada, as well as the Governor's Office of Energy. We helped them write a RFP response to the U.S. Department of Education, Energy rather, a few years ago, got them a $700,000 grant, which is how a lot of this work got started here a few years ago. So, and I think Mark's explained this to the board once previously, but I've been doing this for 30 years, and I learn more every day about it. But performance contracting is basically a way for a school system or another public agency to accrue savings and use those savings by improving the equipment in their buildings and use that to pay off a loan. So you basically take that savings, repurpose money you would be spending on your utility bills anyway, and use it to invest back in the schools, back in the educational process. A quick illustration, you have your annual maintenance and utility cost budget. By reducing those costs, pulling that little slice out of the pie, you basically take that money and use that to pay for the improvements. So it reduces your actual expenditures on those costs going forward, but allows you to level fund your budget, which is great. And it's cash neutral to the system. It's typically financed through a lease purchase agreement, so it's not as complicated as doing a bond. It's a bit more flexible than doing a bond. The annual cost savings must exceed the annual payments by statute. It's one of the reasons we're here. We do the third-party due diligence review on the ESCO's work, and we'll let Jim from McKinstry explain how they do that. It typically doesn't impact your debt because it's being paid for by guaranteed savings. And it's a financing term of up to 25 years. So it really allows a school system to dig deep into their buildings and replace, boilers and chillers and windows and things like that ordinarily you just don't get to because you have, other needs for your money. And you can blend and leverage funds. You say everybody now is familiar with LED lighting. You can get a great payback by doing LED lighting, but you can use some of those savings to pay for the boiler replacements and so on by blending and leveraging that. So typically how this works financially is your utility costs tend to increase slowly over time. If you do nothing, you'd see this curve would go up like this over time, say a 15-year term. By reducing those costs by, say, 15 to 25%, sometimes up to 40% on some of these deals, you can reduce that cost, use it to repay the loan during the term of the contract. Then after that loan is paid off, you get the full benefit of those savings over time. The first step is to hire a qualified energy services company or ESCO partner, which you've just gone through that process, which we helped you with. And again, I won't go through this. We'll let Jim explain how they develop their projects. And then you're going to sign a contract with them, which is the one you're being asked to sign tonight, just to have them do a detailed financial grade operational audit, it's called. Once they do that audit, then they'll put another contract in front of you using a state template that we helped develop. That's an energy savings agreement that basically says they're going to spend say $5 million and save you, say, $500,000 a year. And they're going to guarantee that fixed price and that guaranteed savings. You'll also sign an agreement with a financier to say, all right, we're going to be paying this $500,000 a year back for 10 years over time. So it's sort of a three-way agreement that you sign. And what we'll be doing throughout this process is tracking the progress of the audit that the ESCO is going to be doing. For example, review all of their calculations, all their engineering calculations, as well as all their financials, making sure that their costs that they're showing you are reasonable. We make sure it's all done on an open book basis, so you see all their subcontractor costs, their markups, their fees, and all that. And we use our experience in managing over $1 billion worth of these deals to make sure that it makes sense for the district. And we also end up acting as a bit of a risk manager for you by keeping a close eye on this project as it's developed. Then we'll help you negotiate the final contract, what the guaranteed savings are going to be, how those savings are actually going to be measured and verified, what we call M&V. And then things like how is the equipment going to be operated and maintained over time, how your maintenance folks going to be trained to actually operate the equipment properly, how is the financing going to be done, and how are warranties going to be handled. And there's a lot of other things that goes on, but they're sort of examples of it. And then once the construction starts, we'll do a similar role like you would hire a commissioning agent or a manager, project manager. We'll review designs and equipment submittals and so on. We'll witness commissioning activities to make sure the equipment gets put in properly, and then review all the reports upon completion to make sure that you've actually got what you paid for. And there's some other opportunities here for you. And one of the gentlemen mentioned this previously, is that there's a lot of capital needs here in the district, and these kinds of projects can identify and basically peel away some of those capital requirements. I took a quick look at the list that Mark had showed me, and there's probably somewhere between $5 and $10 million worth of mechanical, electrical stuff that's sort of on the books for the next 5 years anyway, that this kind of project will be able to take that money out of the capital budget so you could use that money, your precious capital, for other things, whether it's, school buses, new teachers, technology, whatever the case may be. And if you're looking to build new buildings, and I know you're looking for some additions or renovations, you can also use this performance contracting as a way to buy better quality equipment and use the financing to do it, as opposed to, you're always stuck in this public procurement problem where you only have so much money in your capital budget, and to get the better, longer term equipment, you just don't always have the funds, and this allows you to do that. And that was pretty much it. Sorry, I was kind of drinking from a fire hose, but you'll have copies of this, and I'll be available to answer any questions you might have. So, any questions? Or
thank you, Steve.
In looking at this copy here, and we've gotten to item 2.5 regarding the annual, it's on page 14, the annual guaranteed energy and cost savings. If I have a question on that, is now the time to ask that?
Sure. You want, do you want to get up and do your presentation first?
Well, if you've got more, if this should come later, I'm good.
Yeah, why don't we do that? Why don't we have you do your presentation first? Jim Knudsen from McKinstry, who's the ESCO that the board has selected, or that they selected. Thank you.
I was just going to do a quick introduction, but I did want to mention two things that Chris said regarding financing. Marty Johnson will be doing our financing on this, and it'll be McKinstry will assist with it, but Marty's been through many of these in Southern Nevada as well, so he'll be working with us on that. And then regarding the term, 25-year term, I know Mr. Reynolds, you've expressed concern over that. Where we've been looking at is closer to 15 years. And I think I spoke to you about that before. It's just that the legislation had changed last session, and they wanted to make it longer for certain situations. So at this point, I'd like to introduce Jim Knudsen. He is Business Development Director with McKinstry.
Thank you, Mark. Mr. President, board members, thank you for being here to support us this evening, and we're looking forward to a neat opportunity to help the district to become more efficient. My name is Jim Knudsen. I've been in the energy services performance contracting world for almost 30 years. And work for McKinstry, and we're an energy services company that has been in this business since about the turn of the century, so around 2000. I'm going to see if I can make sure I know how to do this. Right button.
Right arrow.
Right It's not working.
It's not him.
Oh, it's not me?
It's not you.
Oh. I am technology challenged myself, so I give the remotes to my wife and I have to go. All right, try it again. There we go. So we are a consulting firm, a construction company, an energy efficiency company, and also a facility services organization. And we wrap all of those things into a program where we collaborate with the school district, and it's really a partnership. And we have a team of energy engineers and designers that come in to help perform these initial functions, which we're asking the board to approve tonight, which is called an audit contract. And so we're going to develop the energy savings and the opportunities for funding opportunities of these types of things out of savings. So our K-12 experience as an organization, $442 million and 570 different school projects that we've done. So very experienced, and we've done in the region working with Clark County schools as well as City of Henderson right now in Nevada since the new programs have started recently with the Energy Office getting things moving forward. The core team that we have is Dan Addink is our project director. He will take it from alpha to omega. He'll be here from the beginning to the end of the project, as well as Brian Hansen and DJ Hubler. You'll be seeing a lot of those guys and their team that will be in the district uncovering all the stones and trying to find as much savings as possible. We thought it'd be good to discuss with you briefly just the opportunity of what the milestones are and some of the targets, so you're aware of the time frame that's necessary to perform this. The first step is to get the approval this evening. We hope to move forward, and then the 30% presentation would be in the first week of June. That's really what we're going to come back and say, here's what we found. Here's your existing conditions. Are the meters correct? Is the information in your buildings? Is there anything else that we've missed? And basically builds the foundation of the design process. Then we come back with our, what we call energy conservation measures as the next step. So the 60% is really verifying and making sure that we're not suggesting doing a retrofit that the school isn't in favor of. In some cases, somebody may have had a bad experience with a certain type of HVAC equipment, and they say, you know, we don't want evaporative cooling, we want something different. So we need to find those things out. Then once that happens, we do the M&V workshop and the 90% presentation. And there we've gotten firm subcontractor prices and firm savings that we're willing to guarantee. So the guarantee is a neat process because it really assures you that we're not just making claims that aren't going to be backed up financially. So, and how the guarantee works in these programs is that if we say that we're going to save $250,000 a year and we save $200,000 and not the full amount, then we would write the check for the difference to the district to make sure that you're whole. So if you have any questions on that, we can discuss that later. Then once we get through the remaining process, the contract for construction gets approved, the financing is put in place, and then we deliver the executed contract for approval in November to December timeframe. These are rough dates. We might be able to move it more quickly, but we wanted to leave a little bit of flexibility in here for whatever might be a board meeting that you have a full agenda or something so we can't get on. And then implementation would begin during the winter. In essence, we do a lot of work during evenings and weekends like lighting. We typically won't wait for a summer break to do that. We'll do that during the school year and in overnight or on times when it's not unoccupied periods. And we found that our contractors are used to that, and it's actually the most efficient way for us to get those projects done and going, because we want to get the savings going as soon as possible. Just roughly, there's 16 facilities that we'll be looking at in about 1,052,000 square feet of space. Any questions? Okay. Some of the additional things we thought we'd just run in the initial site survey analysis we did before the RFP response was due. We looked at some of the buildings in your district and came up with the heat pump conversions, lighting, water conservation, plug loads. I mean, I'm not going to read them all, but there's like green IT where we look at computer management and printer management as well, insulation, and a variety of different opportunities to save as much money as possible. One thing I'd like to commend the district on is this is your previous energy policies is not going to make our job very easy. We have a lot of work to do to come up with the measures because you're a very efficient school district and should be commended for the condition of the systems that you have. But there are new technologies that keep improving, like LED lights, that in some cases are about 70 to 80% less energy for the same amount of light output as the old technology. So it's really becoming interesting how we can find projects that we couldn't have even done a year or two ago that are possible today. One of the things I wanted to spend just a brief minute on is the educational component. Districts here in Nevada have had some other programs. We met with a lady this at lunch today from Envirolution, who's done work with other school districts in the area. We would look to try to partner with local organizations and contracting firms through the construction period and also through the energy education process. So we have a program, it's called Power Ed, and it really looks at everything from curriculum and the people side to the process, which is really looking at real-time metering. So we will take, for example, in a lot of cases, they used to do measurement and verification by just calculations, and today we're actually able to use real-time information from meters and control systems and pull it back. So we aren't surprised by missing a guarantee, because we will know plenty in advance that there's something that isn't working correctly and then make modifications to fix those things. So it really helps us to provide a good full circle of performance. And then the reporting communication is part of that as well. It does fit in really well with STEM programs, and we know that's a priority for the district. And so we've got some really neat examples of not only here in Nevada but in other states where we're using our Power Ed program to incorporate STEM initiatives. One district that is smaller than Carson City Schools, we were able to get $300,000 of upfront cash to help them get a STEM ag program going for their district by using some excess savings to help integrate into the process. So these are all the options that we'll work with the superintendent and staff and Mark and his team to find out what is the right thing to do for the district, and is there ways to speed up some of the mechanical systems like the heat pump program that you have. One brief example of the Montezuma Cortez School District that did the Power Ed program. This was 23 savings % that wasn't based on equipment upgrades. This was just educational modifications. So it's been a very successful program. And they were awarded the Green Ribbon Schools based on the work that they'd done at that school. That is a very small district in the western side of Colorado. And that's all I have. If you have any questions, and Member Reynolds, if we need to answer more to that, I'd be happy to try to address it.
Well, I assume most of the questions I might have you've already dealt with in other situations, so it's more just kind of curiosity.
Sure.
You know, I'm not sure today, and energy isn't my specialty by any means. Let's, you know, upon entrance into a contract like this, going through the steps and replacing, upgrading equipment, what's the lifetime of equipment nowadays, and how does that lifetime, you know, do you wind up replacing it in 15 years, and how does that work with this type of agreement?
Okay, great question. It's something I think I can address pretty well. And one of the neat things about this process is that we actually look at life cycle and performance, and so it's sustainability that's 2x, because we want it to be sustainable from an energy perspective and a carbon footprint perspective, but also sustainable for the lifetime of systems. The lighting systems that we would be putting in, the new LED technology, we actually have a manufacturer and a contractor that was able to double the manufacturer's warranty and go to a 20-year warranty on fixtures for lighting. And we're seeing anywhere from 50 to 100,000 hours of operation from the new LED technology. So the life in a 2,000-hour occupied period school district, you can do the math and see how long those systems will last before you even need to change out a light bulb. So the average life of the retrofits that we would include have to exceed the term of the financing. So we'll make sure, especially if we're doing major heat pump improvements and mechanical replacements and boilers and chillers, that those items are averaged out, as well as with the life of lighting and controls and some of those things that might have shorter. But we make sure that the average life of all that equipment is going to last longer than the financing term, to make sure that you're getting good value from the systems, and not only the improvements of comfort and all of the other benefits of having the systems in place, but those are important things as well. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, I appreciate it.
You bet.
So just to get my head wrapped around this, so the $104,000 for this contract
Yep.
covers everything in that timeline that you had?
What that does is it actually is the design phase. So we're going to investigate. That's for what we call an investment grade audit or a technical energy audit. And so that gets you firm pricing, and it also gets you firm savings that we're willing to guarantee. And so we'll design all the energy conservation measures, we put it all together. And then the fortunate thing is the PCAP program in the state of Nevada actually pays the district back for that. So that's a free audit. You're getting all that design services that we'll be providing until the December signing of the construction agreement is paid for in that process. So the answer is yes. That is what covers those phases that we suggested up there.
And then you'll come up with how much money that we're going to need, and I guess working with you, Mark, you guys will come up and tell us exactly what we're going to finance and for how long and how much that's going to be?
You'll get a very detailed construction contract that shows all of the measures and the savings that comes from those out of this process. So from that, we're willing to guarantee not only the price of the construction, but also the savings to cover it. And it has to be revenue neutral, meaning the term of the financing and the cost of the projects will all be detailed, and you'll have line item veto. You can say, you like this, but not this item, and then we can massage the contract to make that, try to accommodate the best we can. But if you said, we're going to take out the lighting, we don't want to do the lighting, that might be a really hard thing to do, because now you're going to use, that savings gets spread over a lot of other projects that we try to bring value, again, to improve comfort and learning environment, provide educational excellence for the district.
Okay. And then this is probably more for you, Mark. If we're doing the boiler and stuff, we had that in the capital projects fund. Will we still have that money in capital project funds to do other projects that aren't energy savings, or what are we doing with that?
Yes, we would still have that in there. Also, what we can do is use that toward other capital projects that may be down the line, pull them up sooner, and link it with some of the financing from the ESCO project. So, for example, one of the projects we talked about was a STEM lab in Carson Middle School. Well, Carson Middle School, that wing needs new HVAC. So if the project was going to cost $800,000, now maybe it only costs $600,000 because we're running the financing for the HVAC side through the ESCO. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
In addition to that, the $200,000 that was left for those systems, let's say, would maybe not have been very high quality or high efficiency. So what we have done with like a large university like the University of Colorado in Boulder, we were able to overcome a $5 million shortfall in a project that they had under budgeted. The cost came in higher than they anticipated, and we brought in new equipment that they couldn't afford and funded it over a longer period of time, over a 20-year period, that then was a $500,000 savings, and we achieved a 51% reduction in the energy consumption for that building. So cut their energy in half, and it funded over $11 million of improvements that couldn't have been done otherwise. So these are some details. That's a larger scale facility than what we were talking about here. Again, you are very efficient, so we have to be really creative in how to come up with those dollars. But we think we can come up with enough savings to help fund some of those capital improvements. Not pay for them all, but at least get it so it would have been less than what you would have had to pay if you were just going to go do it independently. So hopefully that helps answer your question.
I understand the leverage for you guys, because if you overestimate on it, it costs you money. On the third party, is it Celtic Energy or something? What ensures that you know what I mean? Do you lose money if they don't get it right, or because you're the ones who are evaluating their side, correct?
Yeah. No, we don't do like a contingent sort of fee basis. We do fee for service. Just sort of like you would hire an attorney or an accountant. That's sort of how we would work to make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing properly.
And that's all governed under NRS? Or is
Yes.
that something that we're just bringing it? Okay.
No, NRS 332 requires that you hire a third-party consultant to oversee the audit process.
Okay.
Yeah.
So one addition to that, the funds for the third party is paid for out of savings, so there's not an out-of-pocket cost for that. But also, we have accountability as the energy services company to guarantee performance on two ways. One, the construction performance, because we're not basing it, it really eliminates change orders because we're able to design and build and do it from a perspective that's a little different than having an engineer and an architect start pointing fingers and say, you know, it's your fault, your fault. You have one point of accountability, and we build into those construction contracts that language. So I don't, in my 30 years, don't recall having a third party ever being like finger point saying it's your fault, because we're the ones that are giving you the contract and agreeing to do the work, and we're held accountable to those things. So I think you should be covered very well. Did that answer? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Just to be clear, our executive summary had a slightly different total than the contract, but the actual contract's $105,159.50. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that is the final.
That's 10% of what I read in here. So
there was a slight change in some square footages that might have updated, but that I believe is the updated contract.
Okay.
Yep.
We have any additional questions? And Mike, and I'm guessing you've read through this whole thing, and it's.
Yes, I have.
And just Andrew, from our side of things, anything jumping out at you that we're concerned about?
Everything looks good. We're excited to move with some of these projects.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll, I guess from here it is for possible action. So unless we have any other questions, does somebody want to make a motion?
I move that the Carson City Board of Trustees approve the contract with McKinstry Energy Service Company to complete a financial grade operational audit in the Carson City School District.
Second, Stacy.
Okay, motion and a second. Any additional comments or concerns? Any comments from the public? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, thank you. Board members, thank you very much. We're looking forward to a great partnership with
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on to item number 11, discussion on newly proposed CCSD policy, first reading, policy 619, performance-based contracting, for discussion only. And Mark.
Thank you, President Cacioppo. This policy is in NRS, and I believe it came in last session, and I wasn't quite familiar with it. I remember when it came up, but at the time I thought, well, I'm never going to do a performance contract, so I'm not going to worry about it. But after looking into it, it's a much better way to get capital funding on energy performance items and others. So I actually called the Office of Energy, Sue Stevens, that was an energy program manager over there, and she wrote back and said the policy shouldn't be a holdup for the project not having it before we started. And the reason is the statute required school district to establish a policy that they could use to determine whether a performance contract should be used for proposed capital projects. So we set a limit, which was a dollar threshold, and some criteria on energy conservation measures. So since our project is being done via performance contract already, the policy was kind of irrelevant, but it still needs to be in place according to NRS. So the intent is to have school districts use performance contracts when they might be trying to get around that. And those were not verbatim, but those were Sue Stevens' words from the state. So we being myself and Ms. Cortez over there, investigated some of the other policies in the north. And Washoe and Douglas counties are almost identical. And I remember when this came out, Holly Luna down in Douglas talking about, hey, what's your policy look like to Jason up in Washoe? And they talked back and forth. And so they set the policies. So ours is very much like theirs, and even in procurement, we do the same thing. We share those kind of policies and contracts and such within the cooperatives in the northern part of the state. So this contract had been written with those intended. The two items on here that you see, that operation cost measure savings, there has to be at least one of them, and it has to be over $1 million, the project, in order to really do a performance contract, because you can't really get that much savings on anything under $1 million. So we kept those same, and really when we do these projects, when we were doing them in the past, really never did many over $1 million. Over $1 million was the whole project, you know, like building a gym at Eagle Valley or something like that. They weren't just energy projects. Although we did do our own with the solar. So that was a similar project that we did on our own, and we paid for that within 4 to 5 years out of savings. We financed it ourselves, which we're not quite able to do these days. So you have a copy of the policy. Any questions? You have a copy of the NRS, I believe, too. So,
any questions from the board? Okay, well, this is just for discussion only, but
see you next time.
See you next time.
Okay.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to item 12, discussion and possible action to approve newly proposed CCSD policy 618 contract management. This is a second reading and it is for possible action. Ann.
Yes, good evening, President Cacioppo, board members. So tonight we have the second reading of our policy 618 on contract management. When I presented this to you last month, there weren't a lot of questions. Trustee Reynolds, I believe you had a recommendation to include a reference to NRS in the regulation, and we did do that. So, any additional questions or discussions on this policy?
I was just looking for the reference to NRS on this.
Okay, do we have any questions related to the policy? No concerns? All right, seeing none, this is second reading, so for possible action, does anyone want to make a motion?
I move that the Carson City School District Board of Trustees adopt newly proposed CCSD policy 618, contract management, and approve May 10th, 2016 as the adopted date.
Motion by Ryan, second by Laurel. Any additional discussion? Comments from the public? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Again, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ann. Okay, moving on to item 13, informational update on Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium, SBAC, and end-of-course EOC testing in the Carson City School District. This is for discussion only, and you don't look like Dr. Ricky Medina.
No, I am his.
Susan
Kima, for the record. I am Dr. Medina's replacement for the evening. He's home ill, otherwise he'd be here tonight. So we're going to start with an update on the Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium. The acronym that I'll be using for that is SBAC. We affectionately call this assessment that has replaced the paper pencil CRT, the SBAC. And we are pretty close to being done with the SBAC in grades 3 through 8. When we get finished, we will have tested approximately 3,500 students in math and English language arts. And then this year, this is an online test. This year we also added, the state also added science, which has been traditionally a paper pencil test last year. This year now it's online for grades 5 through 8. And when we finish that, we tested about approximately 1,200 students. That will finish up, I believe, as far as makeups this week. And starting this week, we will be rolling out the end of course exams. Today we started at Pioneer High School this morning, and then on Thursday and Friday we will test Carson High students for the end of course assessment. And this is the assessment that replaces the high school proficiency exam, the paper pencil test as we know it. It goes out the door with this year's seniors unless you are of special needs. There'll be provisions to be able to continue that testing while we have you in the district. And for Thursday and Friday, just so that you know, Pioneer's schedule, I'll just say it again, just like the student announced, they have a regular schedule. But for Carson High, on Thursday and Friday, we have a late start. Students, juniors and seniors are to report at 10:30 because we'll be testing the majority of the 9th and 10th graders in the morning. The end of course requirements are a little bit different than the high school proficiency exam. The high school proficiency exam, we'd say, oh, at this grade, we will give you the writing test, or at this grade, this is when you start taking the math and the English language arts assessment. But with the end of course, it's really tied to an accompanying course. For example, when you take Algebra 1, at the end of that school year is when you take the test. So research-wise, it's more appropriate. You know, many of our students before, with the high school proficiency exam, would take Algebra 1 in 8th grade, but not be tested on it until they get to be in 10th grade. So. There are some differences as the state is moving through this transition. We know that this year's seniors are required to pass the high school proficiency exam. Our current 10th and 11th graders, the requirement there is that they participate while the state is norming the test and really looking at the data. This year's 9th grade, on down, must pass the test with a determined cut score. And they'll be setting those cut scores this summer, and then we should have the results back. The goal would be for both the SBAC and the end of course would be August, but probably more likely further into the fall since we're still, the state's still new at this. All the assessments are online. As far as anything that was going on during the testing sessions, there was one day during the SBAC assessment that this whole system was down statewide, and that was an issue that our Data Recognition Corp, which is the new vendor, we call them DRC, they were able to fix in that one day, and everything has been up and running ever since then. For our district, may have been some technical difficulties, little glitches here and there where students at some point sometimes get kicked out of the system and then we log them back in. But otherwise, for as many students as we've been testing, it's been really smooth. We have had a few families who have opted out of testing. If I were to think back to the last count, I think maybe 7 families with a total of 10 students. And regardless of whether families opt out or not, we're still accountable for 95% of our students being tested. As a district, we're held to that standard, and that is part of the Nevada School Performance Framework rating adjustments. Also, just going back to the end of course there, this year, the students will take a Math 1 test if they completed the Algebra 1 course. They'll take a Math 2 test if they complete the geometry course. And then sophomores will take an English language arts assessment, which assesses both reading and writing. In the future, they're going to be adding a science test and have the English test be just one test combined, just like what we do with the SBAC. So some things to address for the future. I think if we were, you always want to take each testing season and then you write your notes on what needs to be improved for the following year, is that I think we'll work closely with the Nevada Department of Education and the districts as far as the communication between the two. This was a lot for the State Department. They had a new vendor. And they had some new personnel in some key positions, so a lot of people were learning. SBAC, the Smarter Balance Assessment Consortium, they have all kinds of technical accommodations that students can access. However, DRC, the company, the vendor, didn't have all the technology ready this year, and that had caused some confusion between what was available last year with the older vendor versus what's available this year with the new vendor, and making sure between our EL students and our special needs students and who can have what was a learning curve. And then something to point out is our Chromebooks are performing exceptionally well out there in the field. They are working really well and performing a little better than our Lenovo's. But we have a plan as we're working with IT. IT is working with the district to be able to replace those Lenovo's out in the field with Chromebooks. So I think that's going to be resolved next year. And then thought I had one page. Oh, that's it. That was it. That was the last. Okay. Are there any questions?
I have a comment.
We have one second. Do we have any comments from the board?
Sue, could you cover again a little bit, what's our comfort level with our instructions enabling the students to be, that they've covered the ground that's going to be tested in the SBAC?
That they've covered the material?
Yeah.
Well, that's part of our conversation with Mr. Casiopo at the high school the other day. We have Jeremy Lewis, who's one of our implementation specialists. He has taken the data that we've been, the work, the curriculum and assessment work that we have been putting together through Race to the Top with the middle schools. He's been looking at their, what are their learning targets, what are their measurable instructional units, what are their benchmarks, and he's been correlating it to last year's SBAC data. Now, we're not out for releasing that information at this point because, you know, as you know, we didn't release that SBAC data because there were some challenges with that. We're going to do that again because it looks promising, but we're going to do that again once we get the results back this year. And so far, it's looking like the learning targets that our teachers have set, because they're the ones doing the work. They're the ones looking at the standards and saying this is what we should have our students do. It's very close. Now, whether the rigor or maybe there's going to be some tweaks, we need to wait till we see this next round of SBAC testing, because if it's drastically different, then there is something up with that first piece of data. But if it's fairly close again, then we can bring that to you before the board and see if that correlates with our results. Okay.
You had mentioned that they're going to set the cut line in the summer. Why would you do the test and then set the cut line? Or is it I forget what they call it, like the bar exam or whatever, where you look at where the mass is and then decide it?
That's what they do. And the test window goes until almost May 30th or close to that. So it goes, you know, so then you have your graduations, and then people get together in June, and they look at where they got to wait to see what those, you know, what does it look like with the scores, and then they do the same thing. They kind of see where the masses are, and they kind of look at the test. The teachers will be called to do some of this work. They'll come and take a look at that. What they did with this last year's assessment was they have teachers in math and reading look at those results, and then they bring in people like myself, or people from the State Department or the Legislative Council Bureau, you know, LCB, and they'll bring us in and say, is this something that we can publicize? Is this something that is fair? Is this something that we can grow from? It's not too high, it's not too low, and so that work takes time. Getting people together.
I understand. I guess it would be, I don't know, you know, you go all through school and you have these letter grades or these.
Yeah, 90% and above, it's an A.
And then all of a sudden you maybe conceivably could get a C or something in the 70s, but lose out I would imagine it all sit on the curve like it normally does, but it just seems a little opposite of how we do it throughout the year. But I know it's not us that is deciding this. So.
Yeah. This was the first year that I was able to participate in this, and just seeing what the process is like with all the psychometrics that go on and all the math behind all of that. It was a lot of work, and then they lock you in a room and you can't tell what you saw, and I can see there was a lot of work before it got to us, because when it got to us, we had to look at the political aspects, what's best for students educationally, where can we grow as a state, those kinds of things. So
because this exams haven't really been vetted yet, right? Or they haven't gone through, like say the ACT has been doing it for years and years and years, and they know what they're assessing and what works. Is that part of it? Part of this idea that we know that we might not hit the mark perfect, so if we see something, then we adjust as it goes?
Yes. That's why we're not attaching scores, or the state is not attaching scores to this year's 11th graders or this year's 10th graders, because they're vetting and watching the tests, seeing what the results look like. And yes, there are modifications that were made with each administration. And just window-wise, is the difference too between the HSPE and the end of course is that with the HSPE, you had so many times a year, like one time in fall, one time in winter, one time in spring, one time in summer, where you could take the high school proficiency exam. And Wednesday was always the day for the writing test. So if you weren't there on that Wednesday for that writing test, no makeups. You just waited till whether it came in the winter. If this was fall, you waited till winter, and then you had your chance to jump in and take it. But in the end of course assessment, even though we are testing this week for end of course, we do have the opportunity for, I don't think the state is using the word makeups, but the opportunity to gather all of our students to make sure they get tested by May 20th. So it's more of a little more fluid than the HSPE, that if you were home that day because you were sick, you're out until the next testing round.
Just a couple comments. I have heard positive things from the middle school with their testing schedule, how they had the 6th and 7th graders come in the morning and the 8th graders come in the afternoon, and I've heard positive things about that, so if you can relate that to them.
Thank you.
And then just another comment on the accommodations. That's something that hopefully they can work out. I know personally that's a frustration for my son who's visually impaired. He used to get the large print paper copy, and on the computer it's harder. This test, the first time he took the test, he had to hit the magnifying on every question, and then the whole question wasn't on the screen at the same time. So knowing that we have to make those accommodations for the IEPs and 504s, I hope they can get that worked out, because there's probably other kids that have had problems.
Oh, I would agree, and I bet you all the test coordinators and all of our teachers who work with our students that are challenged would say that exact same thing. And just so you know, that when things have come up, either Dr. Medina or myself, we've been emailing our testing folks at the state, so that, and I'll preface it, this isn't necessarily a complaint. I want you to see exactly the detail of what our test coordinators are working with the situation. And so like with Mrs. Zamero, she has emailed me, has given me information. I have forwarded that on in the case of our visually impaired students and some of the challenges that she found. I just have, if there's no other questions, I just have lots of thank yous, because this is a big deal. I mean, it's a big deal. It's a high-stakes test, and you're moving a lot of students, and you're changing schedules, and there's a lot of communication that must go on. And I want to thank the staffs out at the sites for their work efforts, and two very special thank yous is our IT department. Janice and her team have been working all year with upgrades and just making sure sure all the tech specs are met for this sort of thing. And in particular, I want Raymond's name, Raymond Medeiros' name. He attends every week. He attends a 2-hour meeting with our test coordinators just to make sure that behind the scenes stuff works. And then our vice principals, they are our test coordinators. And in the old days of paper pencil, it was pretty easy for a vice principal to be a test coordinator. You know, you get your box of paper tests, you count out, if Mr. Green had 20 in his class, you count out 20, you hand it to him and say, guard these with your life, and then when he's done, he gives them back, you know, or at the end of the day, that sort of thing. But now there's a lot of technical prep that has to go on ahead of time. All the passwords, all the logins, all the details, all the backups if the computers go down, all of that, which we're so thankful that we didn't have a whole lot of that and it was working. So I need to thank those test coordinators. Plus at the same time while this was going on, their due dates for their Nevada, their evaluations were due. So, you know, and that being a new system as well. So yeoman's job there. I want to thank them for their work efforts, and again, the staff at the sites.
Yeah, no, thank you, Sue. I think it was nice to see the testing, you know, move forward successfully this year. And some of what we talked about was just, you know, the difficulty and with the map testings, winding, you know, wrapping up. We're not using them anymore. And SBAC, we haven't been able to rely on them yet, but we're looking forward to having some, you know, some accurate results and kind of gain some ground. It's going to take us a year or two, I think, but I think we're back on course now.
Right. Thank you.
So, well, thank you, Sue. We did have a public comment. Mrs. Oliver, you want to come on up?
I know you people will not believe this, but there's another group that works over the top of this department, and I was the administrative assistant for that department. So everything you just talked about, all the testing, all the ins and outs, how much money we lost on the $5 million contract, how we went down for the day, I was the admin assistant in that. Every time you went online and offline, I was the person that helped do that. Every time you went to the IT, the people in Carson City School District would call me personally. I know Ricky Medina, he was my intern when he was an intern at the University of Nevada, and I helped to train him throughout these years, and I've been with the department 16 years. So other than knowing my boss, which I actually know more than my boss, and I actually know more than Steve Canavero, I just happened to be here today to be interviewed to be on the school board. So did you have any questions? Do you want to know about how much money we lost in this contract on the one day we were down? Do you want to know how many students have failed? Do you know what the percentage rate is of students that drop out? Would you like to know how many dollars we spend on each student? You probably know the answers for all these questions.
I would say we don't know all the answers to it, but I think if we're going to have those discussions, we'd probably have to put that on a different agenda and get a summary from all of this stuff.
Okay, well, I'm just saying that I was her boss, okay? And God must have sent me here. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much. Okay, with that, that was for discussion only, so we're going to move on to item 14, but I guess before we get started with 14, I think we had a request for just a quick break, a little restroom break, if you will. So let's recess for 5 minutes, and we'll start back at about 8:37. Thank you. Have to blame Superintendent Stokes. Anyway, so we're going to move on to item 14, interview and possible action on appointment of applicants to fill the board trustee vacancy in District 6. This is for possible action. So what we're going to do, we have 3 candidates that are interested in the position. They have submitted a letter of interest and a resume giving us a little information about themselves. And my thought, and I think I'll open it up to board questions real quick before we bring them up, but my thought is we'll just bring them up one at a time in the order we have in our packet. We do have questions at the back of this that what I'd like to do is ask them each these questions, and then of course if members of the board have any additional questions, I want to make sure everybody gets a chance to vet everybody. And then what we'll do is we'll, after we've heard from all 3 candidates, we'll just take roll essentially, and we'll start at one end. We'll get everybody's choice on who they think, and then we'll bring it to a motion. Okay. Does that sound fair to everybody? Did I miss anything? Okay. Okay, so with that, top of my list, this is in no apparent order. Susan Rossiter Hart. And again, when you come up to the microphone, just for record, just give us your name, and if you could maybe just start off, just tell us a little bit about yourself, and then we'll just go through a series of questions.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Cacioppo and trustees and staff. I'm Susan Hart. I use the Rossiter. It's a maiden name. I'm fond of it, but Susan Hart is simpler. Great for making reservations. Am I to just run down these questions, or?
Well, that's right, the questions are on the podium, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
I just thought initially if you just want to give us a quick little run. Oh, I'm sorry. If you want to just give us a quick, intro as to, who you are.
Sure.
Just whatever you feel like telling us. It can be short and sweet, and then we'll just jump to the questions.
All right. I've been in this community for 13 years. My career has been in financial management of nonprofit and government organizations. I also have an interest in nutrition, education, and keeping the community vibrant and viable. And I think you do that through providing a meaningful education to your young people.
Great. Well, thank you very much. First of all, thank you for your interest. So what we'll do, we'll just go down. You have the questions in front of you, but probably the simplest question is, why do you want to serve?
Yes. And again, that's because I believe in feeding the community with any expertise I can bring to bear, because, again, as I said, the education of our young people is what completes the community and keeps it ongoing. So it's a good thing to do.
I think we feel that way. So.
I thought so.
Question number 2, what is your view of the role of the school board, and what is the role of the superintendent in your opinion?
Well, I see the board as advisory in capacity and setting policy and overseeing the operations of the school district, and I see the role of the superintendent as deploying the wishes of the board, turning them into action, and making the schools run.
Oh, very good. Number 3, how would you, as one member, contribute to effective implementation of this role?
Which role? The board's role or the superintendent's role?
No, it's funny. I just read that question and I was like, yeah, something's missing there.
Because that's up to him. But I have served on boards before, and again, I understand that the advisory capacity, the policy setting capacity is very important, and you have to work in concert with people who are boots on the ground doing the actual work to make sure that things happen the way they're supposed to.
Okay.
What boards did you work on?
I was Chief Financial Officer for the Native American Rights Fund, which is a national nonprofit organization, and I was there for 23 years.
Okay, so number 4, in your view, what are the best aspects of the Carson City Schools that we should be building upon?
I think that the board has done an outstanding job over the years, especially compared to statistics I saw about other school districts when I was with the Controller's Office with the state. And I've read the strategic plan, which I think encompasses, again, community, meaningful education, professional staff, and parental involvement, all the components that make up a continuingly effective school district.
Number 5, what role does the community play in regard to supporting the public schools in Carson City, and what do you see the board doing to promote community support?
Well, I was very impressed with the presentation tonight by the business class at Carson High. And I know some of the folks that Mr. McHenry was talking about who provide support to that particular group. I just see Carson City as a pretty tightly knit community, and then I believe it's very supportive and interactive between business and schools. I think everybody wants to get the same thing, which is an effective, productive, happy workforce, and a community that provides good social networks.
Number 6, do you foresee any potential conflicts of interest which may jeopardize your deliberation and decisions on issues before the board, and do you have any personal commitments which may conflict with board activities?
None that I know of. And I don't see any potential for existing conflicts of interest.
Great. 7, please provide any specific comments that you'd like to express in support of your candidacy.
Well, I think I've sort of laid it out there. I bring a background of financial management, so I'm not afraid to look at budgets and big numbers. I have a background in nutrition. I have raised 4 children who are actually successful and out in the world, and they're nice people, and they like me. And when my daughter's 5th grade class staged a production of Cats, I went to every performance and the dress rehearsal. I've also participated in the student evaluations at Carson High, which is a very impressive program. I love that. So I like young people, I like people, and I'm at a stage in my life where I would like to be of service to the community.
Oh, very good, thank you. I just had one additional question, because we run into this at work and whatnot, but being a public board, with the open meeting laws and whatnot, we're not often afforded the time, obviously, to meet outside of a forum like this and, and talk about things. And it hasn't been a big issue here, but you see it with boards where, you show up to the table and we're hearing about things, and if there is a disagreement, a conflict, how do you address conflicts and work through those, I guess, would be my question.
Well, I just think that public discourse has to be polite and respectful, that you can, being people of goodwill, work towards some sort of consensus and some sort of agreement so that everyone can come away feeling that they've gotten what they needed out of the issue.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Anybody else have any additional questions? Ryan?
What, I guess I want to, what's your impression of how much time you'll put into this? Or are you planning on doing, because I think probably evident even tonight that most of us do a lot more than just show up to the meetings, and so.
Absolutely.
To just put it bluntly, I think I would like another member that operates a lot like we do. So, I mean, what's your perspective on the amount of time you'll put into it?
I actually, as I say, I'm quasi-retired. I came into this looking to be an effective member of the board, and I know what that takes, I think. So I would be committed to doing that. And interested.
Great. Any additional questions? No? So, well, Susan, thank you very much. We do, again, we appreciate your time, and unless you have anything for us that you want to add.
I don't.
Okay.
But thank you.
Good. Thank you very much.
Very interesting being here tonight.
Great.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Should I leave this? Yes.
Yeah, just leave that there so everybody can take a look at it. Okay, second on the list, we have Julie Oliver. Is everybody, sorry, are we caught up on our notes or? Okay. Sorry, Julie, 1 second.
Well, you all know me by now, and it's only because it happened to be that night where Janice Townsend was here, and I've known her for 16 years, and I didn't even realize she was sitting in the room. And Ricky Medina, I've known him for 16 years, and that's her boss. And I've been with the school districts. Oh, let me introduce myself. My name is Julie Fear Oliver. I retired from the state of Nevada in November. I now have my own business called In the Moment. I am a fundraiser, and I raise money for Calvary Chapel Youth. Every hat that I sell, one like I'm wearing tonight, goes $5 for the youth. I'm also fundraising and giving business administrative knowledge to people at Sherwin-Williams and to other businesses, and I am going to be working with the Bank of America. These are on my own personal business. Now that I retired, I have my own personal business, and I have my family. I'm married, and my children are grown. My daughter's getting married in July at our house with 200 people, which is quite the feat. So I'm a full-time mother of the bride, and my husband and I are redoing our home. In the meantime, I went to the Franklin Graham at Hope for America. And at Franklin Graham, he made a call to our community. And during that time in the community, he said, I want you to go out there and I want you to run for the school boards. And I want you to do different things. So I got in the newspaper, then came the newspaper that said, please apply for the application. And I think it had my name on it because I usually don't take the paper. Then I filled out my resume and I sent my letter of intent. What I would like to do for the community and what I would like to do for other people is that I want to impact them in the motion. I am involved with students and have been all this time. Oh, I'm sorry, we have questions.
No, that's okay. We wanted you to just give a quick introduction about yourself, and if you have anything else to add, that's great. If not, we can just jump right to the questions now.
I'm sure I have more to say, but you can ask me questions now.
And we'll give you an opportunity at the end, too. Okay. So the first question is, why do you want to serve on the school board?
Because I've been involved in education for 16 years, and I don't believe in Common Core, or I believe in Common Core. That's a whole discussion we need to talk about later. I believe in the students. I believe in wanting to serve the community. I believe in Christian rights. I believe that there should be a no non-gender, transgender person. I think that should all be, they're handicapped people and they should use the handicapped bathroom. And we can talk about all that later. So I want to serve because I am a person of service. I was a Girl Scout for 16 years when I was young, and I've always been of service.
Thank you. Question, give everybody a second to catch up. Question number 2, what is your view of the role of the school board and your view of the role of the superintendent?
Well, the superintendent oversees everything on the school board, and then all of these people report to the state office. And I worked for the superintendent of state instruction, so I'm fully aware of all of the laws and regulations and the public meeting law and open order law and everything that needs to be done.
Okay, question number 3. How will you as one board member contribute, I threw board in myself, board member contribute to effective implementation of this role?
I will use my business practices as in banking, my business practice as in business, my business practice as in education to help support the roles of the students and of the board.
All righty. Question number 4. In your view, what are the best aspects of the Carson City Schools that we should be building upon?
If I say every one, it's really the truth. I've worked with this because being with the state of Nevada for 16 years, I worked with the school board for 16 years. And I happen to know some of the people that have been working with the Carson City Schools. One person that I admire tremendously is Penny Reynolds, and she runs the Culinary Arts Department. And I used to be a judge for her. I used to judge her, and I also ran for you talked about FBLA today. I was a judge and ran that program for FBLA for the state of Nevada. So I believe in the students and the students' rights.
Thank you again. Number 5, what role does the community play in regard to supporting the public schools in Carson City, and what do you see the board doing to promote community support?
Well, the community supports the community. The whole community is supported by business, and all the schools are supported by business, and being able to be part of the school board and being part of the State Department, that's all we ever did was support the schools and their financing and help them get money and help them raise money at their soccer game and support the student from the beginning to the end. So I just believe in the students.
Number 6. Do you foresee any potential conflicts of interest which may jeopardize your deliberation and decisions on issues before the board?
Well, I foresee a problem of a conflict of interest, seeing as the fact that I've done this kind of work before. And I guess that's not a conflict of interest. But a conflict of interest, the only thing I could think could be a conflict of interest if my pledge as a Christian might have a problem.
Okay, number 7. Back to you. Please provide us any specific comments that you want to express in support of your candidacy. I know you had a chance to tell us a little bit up front, but if you have anything else to add.
The name of my new business is called In the Moment. And I believe that every action that we take in this very moment affects us for the rest of our lives. And the choices that children make by having an abortion, or the choice that a child makes by doing drugs, or the choice that any of us makes by making a wrong decision affects how we are in our eternal life. And I believe that having a strong strength in God and having a strength in community and having a love for children. My children went to Douglas High School. My children were high school dropouts with GEDs. 23% of the students in the state of Nevada are dropouts. They tell us that Nevada is the number 50th state in the union because we're so bad. The only reason we're so bad is that we have 71,000 illegal immigrants who want to come to our school, and now we have all-day kindergarten. Those 71,000 students don't speak English. Those 71,000 students put a drag on Clark County, Washoe County, and the whole state overall. Those numbers are failing, and the reason we are failing as a state, we're not failing as a state. Our schools, Galena High School, Carson High School, our ratings and our numbers for our high school proficiency are up. Those people you talked about dropping out in the SBAC one day, that's the least of our problem, a one-day test. High school proficiency test has now been trained over. They have another term for it today. And now they take a test, and we were teaching to the test. Those students at Carson High School are teaching to the test because that's how the teachers get paid. Now, we don't want the teachers to be paid that way. The teachers are going on a merit system now. And the merit system, you guys all know about it. That, it's how do they perform in the classroom? Well, you can't perform in a classroom when you're spending all the time wondering if these kids have food to eat. So we have a nutrition program. Then we're wondering about all those drug addicts and cocaine addicts in Silver Springs. What's happening with them? Why are those kids in foster care? All of our foster care people now should be out for adoption. We are looking to make solutions, and it's we as people and citizens of the state, by voting for our government and voting for who we need to be and standing up as Republicans or Democrats, whatever it may be, is our call to duty. And I believe I have a call to duty, and I believe that I was sent here for a reason. And thank you.
Well, thank you very much. We did ask the other candidate 2 additional questions, so in all fairness, I'll ask you the same ones. Again, being a public board, we meet in public. We don't get a lot of time we really don't get much time at all to talk behind the scenes, certainly not in any groups, but sometimes we could come up here and we could potentially have some disagreements. How would you handle, say, board conflict or disagreements?
I was in Toastmasters, and so I learned how to produce comment. I was a director of 43. I used to have a staff of 43 bank tellers that I used to operate. So I am a person, I've taken classes and courses, and just as a person, I am a good conflict resolution person.
Oops, sorry. Thank you very much. One last question. As Trustee Green said, we do more than just sit up here twice a month. There's research and whatnot that we do behind the scenes, and it has with it a bit of a time commitment, and that time commitment varies from person to person, but we're wondering what your expectations are in terms of the time commitment and what you could bring to the board in that time.
Well, I learned time management I went back to school when I was 39 years old, and it took me 10 years to get my degree as a single mom. And during that time, I worked 3 jobs, and I went to school, and I learned to manage my time very wisely. But as far as time management here, I have a lot of time available because I'm retired, and I'm willing to put 20 hours a week into working for the school board.
Great. Thank you very much, Julie. Any additional questions from the board? No? Well, again, thank you very much. We appreciate your time and your interest in the Carson School Board.
Well, I'm very interested, and I would be honored if you would have me on your team.
Thank you. Okay, and our third interested candidate is Marina Works.
Hi. For the record, I'm Marina Works. And to give you just a brief overview of myself, I've lived in Carson City for over 35 years. I think 4 is the number of the night. I had 4 children go through the Carson City School District. But I myself am actually from Los Angeles and went through the Los Angeles County School District. So I know a lot of good things not to do. And I also, I was maybe a later bloomer in college, but I did go to UNR. I received my bachelor's of nursing and then my master's in nursing and in public health. And I actually worked for the school district for 6 years. And I have worked for Carson City and now for Nevada Health Centers based here in Carson City.
Great. Well, thank you again. As I mentioned to the other 2, thank you for your interest. We do appreciate you taking time. So we'll go through the same 10 questions. And the first one being, why do you want to serve?
I have a vested interest myself in education, and I public health, which is I feel my main profession, is really all about education. Having my 4 children through the school, we were very involved. And I really like community service. I feel that I'm a vested member of Carson City, and that this is a way that I can give back to my community. And the timing is right for me, so being a member of this board would be very much an honor.
No, good, thank you. I had question number 2. What's your view of the role of the school board, and what's your view of the role of the superintendent?
So the role of the board is accountability to the educational standards, strategic planning, oversight of the budget. So the big, broader picture. The role of the superintendent, as I see, is the day-to-day operations, carrying out the vision of the board, and being the one that's really down in the nuts and bolts of operations.
All righty. Number 3, how will you as one member of the board contribute to effective implementation of this role?
So I think I would contribute in that in my own accountability, my own integrity. I would, visibility, I think it's important to be visible within the community, visible member of the board and a good team player, and working with, I certainly would bring my own set of ideas, and I think that's always a value each member does. And so I think it would be part of that, being part of that team and integrating in that type of way.
Okay, number 4. Got lost for a second. In your view, what are the best aspects of the Carson City Schools that we should build upon?
I think we have a lot going on that is really good. I'm very impressed with the career tracks that are at Carson High, for example. I think the relationships with the college, the relationships with even things like the Greenhouse Garden Center and that being a public-private relationship. I did the actual CSA program for 2 years, the shared agriculture, and that was extremely impressive. What the different things that we're able to bring in and share that way are really good. I think some of the certainly there's sports, but there's other extracurricular activities, and I think those are all really important and very valued aspects of the school district. And those are things that I think should be continued to be fostered and grow.
I'm not a fast rider, I'm learning.
That's okay.
All right, so question number 5. What role does the community play in regard to supporting the public, what role does the community play in regard to supporting the public schools in Carson City? And what do you see the board doing to promote community support?
So, I mean, I can't really ignore the taxes. I am a homeowner. I think we do pay taxes. The other thing is we got a good, the relationship with the sheriff's office, the school safety program. I mean, that's really a combination community program, and I think that is really important. I think the other thing is there's events the school does that, for example, the pumpkin patch at Seeliger, the carnival at Mark Twain, those type of things really help integrate the community. It gives the community something. Communities like things to do. And this gives a way for them to be involved with the schools and to do things that they like to do, events for kids, but also grandparents to bring kids. So I think those are all part of the community and a feed back and forth, if you will. The other thing is the chamber. I think that is really important, the relationship that you have with the local chamber. And I have to say, as working for a private industry, one of the big things is we all know Nevada doesn't rank real high. So when we're trying to bring, and I work for a medical facility, and trying to bring providers in is very, very difficult. And one of the very first things they ask is, what about the schools? And I just looked up Nevada, and it's this and that. So but you need people in the community that are supporters of your school. And so, for example, we're trying to bring a provider in, and I actually called this particular provider on the phone, and I said, come to Carson City. We will get you a tour with the high school. We'll get you whatever you need, and you can see that even though Nevada has some issues, we have a good program. And that's the kind of thing, and I think kind of segue maybe into the board doing to support the community, is that relationship, it's really those relationships that we do with each other that we can support what we have going on here, because we do have good things and we get muddied with Nevada statistics because they don't look good and others coming into this area. But we do have support from the community and we need to continue to tap into that.
Good, thank you. Number 6, do you foresee any potential conflicts of interest which may jeopardize your deliberation and decisions on issues before the board? And do you have any personal commitments which may conflict with board activities?
So I think the general answer is no. I think the only thing I could foresee, and certainly would tap into legal counsel on that, and that is my role with Nevada Health Centers, and we do have the contract for your school-based health center. So if there was something that came up with that, I would have to look to legal counsel if I was fortunate enough to be a member of the board to see what I could and couldn't vote on. That's the only thing I can think of. Otherwise, no, I don't know of any other conflicts I would have.
Great. Let's see. Well, actually, I should have changed the order before, but that's okay. So 7, please provide any specific comments that you want to express in support of your candidacy.
I think some of the things that I think would be a benefit is working for the city. One of my jobs for a time was negotiations, for example, with unions, and we had 7 different contracts, so I do have some experience working with that. I have a lot of grant experience. I was the director of the Carson City Health and Human Services for 5 years, and grant funding is about 70% of their budget. So I've worked with grants quite a bit. I'm very familiar with that. I think that's a skill set I would bring to the board. And I think my experience, having gone through, worked with the district, is also of value and benefit.
Good, thank you again. 9, as I mentioned to the other 2 candidates, you've heard it twice, but conflict resolution, we come up here as a board and, there's no guarantee we're always going to agree on things, and how would you handle disputes or conflict resolution at the board level?
So I would be professional, and I don't always agree. I don't think any of us really do, but I've also learned what I need to accept, and I have no issue feeling that I would handle conflict in a very professional way with my fellow members.
Great. Thank you again. And the last question, the time commitment for the board. I don't know what your expectations are or what your thoughts are, but again, we do things outside of these meetings just to get a handle on what's going on in the school district and better understand the trials and tribulations, if you will, and the operations. And, we just want people to come in here with their eyes open and get a sense on what your expectations are.
I do realize that's a time commitment. I am willing to make that time commitment. I like involvement, so I wouldn't want to be a member of a board and not do anything. I also know that you have committee appointments. I find that actually exciting, almost all of them. All of them than I believe I know you have. So those kind of things energize me. I enjoy it very much. So I would have no issue with being involved. Whatever commitment is expected of me, I would be more than happy to do.
Great. Well, again, thank you very much from the board. Do we have any additional questions? Not seeing any. I think we've got it taken care of for now, but thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
So as I mentioned before, and in case anybody in the public's wondering why we did this format versus another, we could have brought people in here individually so that nobody heard the questions before, but the reality is there's a big TV screen out in the hallway. So that seemed to defeat that. But anyway, so what we want to do now, though, is I'm going to bring this back to the board so we can have some discussion on this. And first, I'll ask for just general discussion, and if we don't have any, what we'll do is we'll start from Steve, and we'll just kind of have a roll call on who your top choice is. Mike, if you agree with that approach.
Sure, you might make some comment about your observations and what your thoughts are.
So initially, any general discussion? If not, we're going to just start with Steve. Put Steve on the spot.
The bigger problem is you better take a while.
First off, I'm going to say that I respect and admire anyone who'd hold their hand up and want to serve for the school board. It's, I can't tell you how many people have asked me during my years, do you enjoy that? And it's, there's nothing even in that spectrum. So anybody who volunteers for that, I mean, there are some things which we enjoy, but that's not what we're here for. I made a little list of myself that aren't really questions, but rather how I want to look at things. And I guess something that I look for is how a person might work with the team. I look for whether I feel there's going to be objectivity from the seat. I think a big part of our role in recognizing the role of a board member, be it the school district or others, is that you're here to listen to what's going on in the schools, to what our people are doing, to what the people that we've hired to enact our policies are doing. And as, I guess, a consumer and a representative of the public, does it sound like is the information being presented so that they're, we feel they're doing the right job? Does the data show that we're doing the right job? But it's also my personal feeling that though we put in a lot of time, we are not the actors. We're the oversight. We're the community representative. And I worry about that a lot because on other boards I've served on and have seen things, I get really concerned when I think somebody on the school board has too much of a, doesn't have enough objectivity involved. So that's really important to me, that recognition of role. And then the next thing I really wanted to listen and hear to is what I felt was a commitment to our students. Am I hearing things that make me think that education and your role here is about our students more than it's about the other things going on? And in looking at everything here, I guess I'm going to take time and volunteer, but I think, at this time, I guess I would probably support Marina in this, whether we're having a first vote or whatever, but that would be that's my initial vote. Thank you.
All right, great, Steve. Thank you very much. It's just to reiterate, Steve, I think it takes a certain person to want to come up here in a public forum and basically apply for a job in the public forum. So we appreciate that. And at the same time, it's it's kind of hard here to, if you will, to cast judgment on people. I mean, everybody brings unique qualities. And anyway, with that, I don't want to ramble on. I guess I get my turn. We'll go with Stacy.
It's okay with me. Between you and Steve, it's hard to feel eloquent. First of all, I'd like to thank all three of you for coming. I ended up on the board the same way, interviewing. Unlike you guys, though, nobody wanted my seat, so I was the only one that got interviewed, but they still were pretty tough. And just to remind you that even if you aren't on the board, we have so many other places for you to help us out with the things that you're talking about. And your expertise would be very much welcomed on a lot of our committees. So just because you're not on the board doesn't mean that you can't still have some influence and help the students of Carson City. And saying that, I'm kind of torn between Marlena and Sue. You two seem to have a real good student perspective and a basics. Julie, I think you bring a different aspect to the board than we don't have right now. So I'm between Marlena and Susan. I could go either way with either one of those.
All right. To echo everybody else too, honestly, running an election might have been easier. It just isn't fair, and it's not fair to us to do it this way either. It wasn't intended that way, but these are the rules that we have, so that's how we do it. I don't want to keep echoing everybody too much. I think y'all kind of said a lot of thoughts that I had. I think that for me, I think Mrs. Hart going first and maybe was holding back a bit. I think obviously when looking at the resumes and stuff, Mrs. Works has done so much more, and so I don't want to cast this in any way, but I think our job, I'm trying to think of it like a voter too, and sometimes it's I don't know, you can't put a finger on it. So I think I would lean that towards Mrs. Hart at this moment, but that is certainly not a commentary on you, Mrs. Works. And Mrs. Oliver, I really appreciate your enthusiasm and advocacy. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you, though. I'm just not. When it's left up to me to make a decision, I'm going to sit more in the middle of the road as far as what I think voters would want, and usually it sort of sits squarely in the middle, and that's why these seats aren't attached with parties or agendas or platforms, really. So that's just my personal opinion, and I'm trying to be honest with you. So that's where I'm at.
Okay, Ryan, thank you. Laurel.
Thank you all for, just to reiterate what everyone else has said, thank you very much for coming in and participating in this and be willing to serve. I do have to admit that I do like accountants who have worked for LCB since I'm married to one. But for me, it narrows down to Mrs. Works and Mrs. Hart. I do like the potential insight that perhaps Susan could give us with her history with the Native American and how that may help our subpopulation of students that sometimes struggles there. And I think Mrs. Works has a lot of insight on health issues and nutrition issues and nutrition there too. So for me, I feel kind of like Stacy. I could go either way on that.
Well, if you've been keeping score, I want to thank you for making this a tie. I think they met. Somebody better investigate them. Again, I appreciate everybody coming here. I think everybody adds something a little unique, which I certainly appreciate. I don't want to elaborate on what other people have said all that much, but I kind of sat here at the beginning, and I was kind of looking at it, kind of through three lenses. Can somebody be objective? What do I think about their professionalism? And just a general understanding of the role of the board, because as we say, our job is policy and oversight, not direct implementation. We have the superintendent who basically reports directly to us, and our job is to work directly with him, if you will, pass on our wishes to the superintendent, who then works with staff to move in the direction that we've established. I also think that being objective, obviously we have to look at the viewpoints of everybody else, and I think that's probably, for me, the toughest part of the job is I come in here sometimes and I think, this is how I'm leading, and then after we get a room full of people that are commenting on, how they feel about the situation. I'm often surprised at how, these different perspectives really open your eyes up to I think I'm an open person, but it really opens your eyes to a broader view. And so that being said, Julie, I appreciate your interest, and I think you would bring a lot of passion to the board. I'm a little concerned about the ability to be objective and look at these other viewpoints. Sue and Maureen, I think your resumes are very informative, and I appreciate what you've done on your resumes and the amount of involvement you've had. And I think without talking in circles and whatnot, I was on the fence between you two as well. And I really did. I kind of ranked these and put some numbers to them just to be fair. And I came out with a tie. But I think because Sue went first and she didn't have the benefit of hearing what other people had to say and whatnot, I think for me that might be the tiebreaker. So for me, I think Sue would be my number one choice, but it was a very close decision. So that being said, and before we, unless you think it's unfair to do, I had two board members that said they could go either way, and I wanted to give them a chance to see if they want to refine their vote, but I wanted to get your input first.
I think you might just ask for a motion at this point.
Okay. And just in summary, before you make the motion, Ryan, based on everybody's input, I did have 4 votes for Susan Hart, 0 votes for Julie. I lost people's names here. Julie Oliver, and 3 votes for Marina. Just to make sure we have a count on there, and Marina works. So anyway, if you're ready to make a motion.
I move that the Carson City School District Board of Trustees approve the appointment of Susan Hart to fill the vacancy in District 6 created by the resignation of Mrs. Dion Contine.
So I have a motion.
Second.
Second by Steve. Any further discussion from the board? Any comments from the public? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Again, I want to thank, well, first of all, I want to congratulate Susan, but I want to thank everybody, and to reiterate what Stacy said. This is one small aspect of what the schools do, and anybody who's interested in bidding for a seat on the school board, whether or not you got it, we would appreciate any input and any involvement you would like to have in other capacities within the school board. We have everything from committees to parent and community volunteers, and there's a lot of opportunities to serve the Carson City School District. And in my opinion, it's very rewarding. It's a small enough community where one person really can make a difference, and you'll be heard. And I would just like to encourage everybody, candidates and others, to get involved. So that being said, again, I want to thank everybody.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I say something? It was my honor to serve here tonight, and I will definitely try for assisting in the community.
Great. Thank you again very much. I appreciate it. Okay, so we're going to move on to item 15. Discussion and possible action to consider proposed changes to CCSD Policy 527, solicitations involving students. This is a second reading, and it's going to be for possible action.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. We took the discussion from our last meeting regarding the proposed changes to policy number 527. My office has also received some input from the public with regard to the proposed changes. I spoke with Trustee Crossman earlier today, and she had some suggestions as well. So with your permission, I would like to let you know what some of these proposed changes could look like. If you would please follow me to the third paragraph, and after the bolded sentence that starts, collection of money by approved school organizations. Apparently there was some consideration here that this would somehow impact any parent-teacher organizations, and as you know, we sometimes have parent-teacher associations and parent-teacher organizations, and just the maybe the act of removing the word school and just put collection of money by approved organizations would cover that ground. And so that's one potential change that the board might consider. And then down in the portion of your handout that is red, I believe, Renee, are they all read from in the trustees' packets? Okay, thank you. There was still some concern from public members that we hadn't done enough to state that participation in fundraising activities by either the individuals or families needs to be voluntary. And so we took that language right out of the regulation, inserted it in the policy, and then the remainder of that is unchanged. Under no circumstances will student grades or academic standing be affected by fundraising, participation, or activity. So those are the possible changes, and any other changes you will see as, or indicated as either strike-throughs or bolded.
Great. Laurel.
Just if I can comment, there was some concern that, you know, PTOs and PTAs are kind of like Norway and Sweden, where they're kind of the same, but they don't always get along. And so there was some concern that then there was an interpretation. I read it very broadly, not to do that, but there was an interpretation that this meant PTAs needed to become PTOs. And so perhaps we could also just add the word after organizations or associations, and then that would be open for either one. And PTA convention was right after that misunderstanding, so there was a little discussion about that.
And then it carried over to NASB, so it was an interesting weekend.
Oh, and just one more thing while I was looking at it, because I looked up previously from April 12, our agenda item regarding Regulation 527, and that, which I know it's not on the agenda, so maybe I can't reference this, but we don't vote on those. Is it all right if I reference?
You can make a comment.
Okay, I will just comment that Section 8 on there says fundraising recognized by parent-teacher organizations is not governed by this regulation. Just add "and associations" to that as well. Just a suggestion.
Okay. Well, thank you again. I was glad that I guess this wound up coming back. I know last time we were trying to find the right wording, and we kind of thought we did, but admittedly it was on the soft side and didn't really come right out and say what the concern was. So I think this should make it pretty clear. But, you know, I think this makes it absolutely clear, in fact. So that being said, this is again for possible action.
I have a question to ask.
Yeah.
Regarding the paragraph in red. And, under no circumstances will student grades or academic standing be affected by fundraising, participation, or activity. We talk about grades and academic standing. Are there things in the schools where if a student chooses not to participate in a fundraising activity, that they could not be part of some extracurricular or other activities? And is that acceptable? I don't know if I'm concerned on either side, but I think it's a fair question to ask.
Well, and I think it is a fair question, and Superintendent Stokes and I briefly talked about that the other day as to how far could something like this be carried. And it was kind of that fine line of wanting to be fair to everybody, but not micromanaging certain things. I mean, in the end, this is a school, and this is just my opinion, but this is a school organization. Kids are here to be educated, and with that comes grades and potentially advanced education and careers and whatnot. And then we have sports and these other things that fall into the mix. And admittedly, we talked about should we go that far, and collectively we thought maybe we shouldn't quite go that far. We had to leave some, some interpretation for activities directors, coaches, and things like that. And I think to some degree, in my opinion, it has to be on a case-by-case basis. And certainly if somebody feels they're being discriminated against or being treated unfairly as a result of something, we have essentially an open door policy, and they should be encouraged to come forward. But I don't know if anybody feels differently about that. It was a tough one, to be honest with you.
We discussed this with the regulation, didn't we, last meeting? Because I think it was Mr. Dolly that brought up some activities or something that, I don't know, that he had heard of or whatever. I think we all agree that they shouldn't be. I like less is more on the policy side, so I would agree with you there. However, at the same time, we are isolating it. But I think we're kind of double covered in some areas too, in the anti-discrimination policy and things like that too. So I think if we can just ensure that we're practicing properly and the regulation maybe supports the broader scope as it should, that might be enough.
Good. Additional, Laurel?
Well, yeah, I think we need to leave some flexibility, but there are some things that some students may be precluded from traveling with HOSA if they don't participate in fundraising. They may be precluded from doing certain things, and so I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I read something that says, oh, students who are participating in this are expected to contribute this much for whatever the fundraiser, is that voluntary, or is it just a suggestion? I mean, maybe we need to make sure that we emphasize the voluntary to those who are chairing student fundraising activities.
All I can tell you is, oh, sorry, Ryan, is, I mean, my personal experience, I've coached for, I've lost counts, 16 years, multiple sports. Back when I was a kid and all that, I've never encountered a situation anywhere, including Carson City, where I was involved in a team as a coach, as a parent, or otherwise, where we fundraised and then precluded certain kids from not going. It was a team effort, it was a team fundraising, and we encouraged people to help out and fundraise, recognizing that, some people had more of an ability to do so than others. And it's never, for me, been an issue, but I do appreciate the concern.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe this is a broader discussion, but I think when we get to the extracurriculars, there's a broader aspect that we're trying to, when you're a part of a team or an activity, there's responsibilities that go along with it. And so while nobody should be discriminated against and it shouldn't be that you have to be able to attain certain levels, it's I think the act of the participation with the team. And so that would be where my fear of us regulating it in policy would maybe be a little stringent there, but we can ensure that people aren't discriminated against also, but there is that responsibility that goes with being in a group.
And the good news about these policies is they can be revisited.
Yeah.
So I like the comments that were brought up. I like Laurel's comments about making sure we're not inadvertently, recognizing an organization versus an association. And did anybody have any other concerns or questions, or are we ready to make a motion?
I haven't said anything.
Get on the record.
I move that the Carson City School District Board of Trustees adopt the revisions as presented and approve May 10th, 2016 as the revised date on CCSD Policy 527, student fundraising.
So motion by trustee Reynolds, second by Stacy Wilkie. Any additional comments? Ryan?
And that'll have the,
With the changes.
with the changes that, okay.
Great. Any public comment? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, all those opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Moving on, thank you, Richard. Moving on to item 16, discussion and possible action to approve pay for performance resolution in accordance with AB 483. This is for possible action.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. I want to, I guess, begin my comments here by saying that I believe that with AB 483, there's a certain intent, and that intent is to provide a what most people would think of as a pay-for-performance practice or policy based on AB 483. I met with my colleagues just last week, and almost all of my peers are going down this road of coming up with some sort of plan that says, if you do this, then this will occur, as it might apply to additional pay. The bill includes a consideration for providing money to the lowest performing schools as defined by the Department of the State of Nevada. Carson City School District does not have any one-star schools. We do have several two-star schools. Over time, we have seen and experienced certain laws where a certain dollar amount was expected to be given to people working in specific schools. These kinds of things in our past have been divisive. It's separated school staff members and also other members of the same employee organization. We haven't been able to see where formalized or traditional pay-for-performance processes have increased student performance. I mean, there's a variety of things here that challenge my personal thinking as it applies to pay-for-performance. So I wanted to be able to present this to you as trustees because it is out of the ordinary, and because it may follow literally the statement and take into account the conditions of the bill. It doesn't necessarily meet the intent. And if I were, which I am being asked to do, is to help take whatever the board approves with regard to pay for performance and present that to the folks at the State Department of Education, in particular the State Board of Education, then this will also reflect on you folks, and that's not any place where I want to go without your permission. So what I'd like to be able to do with this resolution is to essentially go through the conditions, try to explain it to you as well as I can, ask for your consideration, and then if you don't like this, believe me, we can go back to the drawing board. We're not timed out. We're not in a place where we have done any wrong. We simply are trying to come up with a condition or a solution to this expectation that's a little out of the ordinary. My proposal through this, not just mine, but I've had a chance to talk with my staff about this and get feedback from other folks in the district, that it would provide a bonus. It's not large, but it would be a bonus that would be applicable to all of our certified staff, which would include site administration and teachers, And as mentioned earlier, it would meet the basic fundamental expectations of the bill. And so I hope I've explained that well enough for you to maybe ask some questions. Each individual district is required to support, or to submit rather, either their plan, in this case it has the look of a resolution, to the State Board of Education. They would have the right and the opportunity to review it. They don't have the authority to say it's no good or that it can't work. There is a, or at least there was, still is, statement from the Superintendent of Public Instruction that said the operational aspect of the Pay for Performance plan is left up to local jurisdiction. So this board has that authority to make a choice to either go forward with whatever you see in front of you today or some other version. So I would ask if you have any questions of me as I make this presentation.
Any questions so far, Stacy?
It's not really a question, but if, I know it doesn't say in the bill, but would we be able to do that for the rest of our employees?
This is my perspective on that. The bill requires us to address the certified staff, but I think the board could make that determination outside of this bill for a similar kind of action.
I just have a question. One of the considerations was that the State Board of Education may not, they can review it. Can they refuse to approve it? What would they do if they don't like it? What recourse or what action would they take against us? What could be consequences?
Well, they could ask President Cacioppo and I to go in front of some sort of a review board and explain our actions.
Good year to be president.
So
Can they restrict funding, or can they, what?
I don't believe they can.
Penalties that way?
There's no language like that in the bill.
So our performance requirement is classified employee?
Certified.
Or certified, as this, okay. Well, I almost would have skipped all the whereases and just done the first and the last.
Well, what I tried to do is I tried to justify why we were doing a resolution as opposed to a policy, which we could still, put this in language in some way. But with the legislative session coming up in just a little bit, this particular aspect of the law could change, which, again, if we had it in policy, it would be different than a resolution, which we could do as often as we like.
For discussion purposes, I think you've done a good job here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Richard, and again, we had a chance to talk about this before. I like this idea. I like our approach to this idea. I would like to hear from Mr. Wallace in a second, but we don't have any schools that are failing, if you will. They're all from the state level, fairly even in terms of their rankings and whatnot. And when I think pay for performance, I like the idea of, even though it's a very minimal amount, recognizing our certified staff, and knowing that part of this pay for performance per me gets vetted in, say with Mr. Delphin in the HR department, we expect a certain amount from our staff. They're either, we put them through a lot of training, we require them to go through a lot of training, and there's a probationary period for new teachers starting, and and we're constantly assessing teachers. And I think that being said, I feel like we could reasonably defend a position like this where we say, we're giving this, if you will, across the board, but at the same time, our folks that are sitting here across the board, have been evaluated, are performing.
And I agree with you, Mr. President. In fact, I believe that we have addressed all of the issues in the bill, even though it may be not the traditional process that was intended. We have actually met all of the considerations. For example, the bill talks about at-risk students, and we have 60% of our students in that category, and those students attend all of our schools, so all of our teachers have impact and principals have impact on those individuals.
Okay, any additional questions on the board? Mr. Wallace, do you have anything different to add, or any concern? You're not going to get rocks thrown at you or anything, are you?
No, Mr. President. Brian Wallace, Orange County Education Association President, and also the Nevada State Education Association Secretary Treasurer. I'm going to balance my state role here today, too, with this. I'm more in moral support for both you, Mr. President, and Mr. Stokes, that if you get hauled before the various committees, right, that, you know, you can share some of the blame my direction, too. And it's because, as Mr. Stokes just stated, we all encountered every single different child that this district has, that Empire Elementary teachers don't choose the clientele they get. But what you don't want to get into is your teachers starting to choose what school they want to be at. You don't want to see a mass exodus from a two-star school because of pay for performance. And every study out there has shown that in the teaching profession, it doesn't work. It just doesn't work. That, yeah, we're somewhat motivated by pay. We can't deny that because we want to be part of this community. We want to lay down roots. We want to be able to buy homes and such and always stay here. But we don't want to start jumping schools. We want people to start just chasing the dollar sign, and we haven't done that. So to see a resolution like this just once again speaks volumes that we are willing to be creative with this and acknowledge everyone out there. And then from my state viewpoint, elevating it just a little bit up, is it's really a shame that the legislature just keeps saying, well, it's certified teachers, it's certified staff, it's certified administration, that the majority of us as teachers will tell you, if the bus driver doesn't bring the kids to us, we don't have any clientele. As you all know, if I don't have a clean classroom or feel I can have a safe environment through Mark Cornick and staff, then I can't get the job done. That we're not Detroit, unfortunately, to pick on them. We're not Chicago schools and such. You just had the Energy Committee here saying that, wow, you guys have really done a good job already, and we got to get more creative than normal because of the way we've managed business. And that side of the business is the classified side. So as a state association officer, I would just ask you to just depending upon what you decide with this resolution tonight, that you take in consideration those the state continues to leave out constantly.
Good, thank you very much. Oh, Laurel, go ahead.
I just have one more question. What would be the difference between doing it as a resolution as opposed to a policy? Why would we choose one over the other?
And I think the board could certainly make a determination to do it otherwise. I selected a resolution because it may only last for this year, or it may only last for next year, depending on the outcome of the legislature.
Hi, Loretta Marson, CESA. Just a comment, of course, classified employee. Been in the district since 1994 in kindergarten, haven't graduated out of there. Love my job, though. Brian makes a point. Teachers work very hard. I've worked with so many teachers over the years. Dedication at Empire, I cannot tell you how much their clientele is just, we do the best we can, we love what we do, but support staff, like you said, bus drivers and whatever, a lot of the classifieds are going to trainings now. It's part of our professional development. And we are in the classrooms, we are in the trenches, working, knowing the stress that our friends, our teachers that we work with. And like you said, legislation, forgets about that support staff. We have to be highly qualified to work in our schools now. And it's not the good old days when you just went to kindergarten, show and tell, I went home. We're trained. We have to do a lot of stuff in the classroom. We're a marriage with the teachers. And if anybody has a voice out there to wake up the legislators and say classifieds are part of this, that would be very grateful to all of us. And I just wanted to make that comment. So thank you.
And that was one of the reasons why I brought that up, if it would leave you guys out in that. So
thank you.
We do appreciate all that you guys do too.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's important to mention that. We're not trying to overlook anybody. I think we're just trying to respond to what was asked of us. Mr. Delphin.
Well, we can't forget the nurses too. They're also a bargaining group, so I want to shout out to them that if we're going to include staff, that we don't not include nurses. And I just want to add that the state made this unfunded mandate, by the way.
Yeah. Well, AJ probably can just make it a tweak to that whole matrix he had before. Okay, this, again, this is an action item, so anybody want to make a motion?
Just one more comment. Should we include anything about our English language learners? Because we have those at every site, as well as if those are one of the at-risk populations. I don't know if that should be added.
It would be easy enough to do. It's not a requirement of the bill.
Are we considering entertaining expanding this to all employees? Is that something that we want to address at this time? Can we address it at this time, given the agenda item?
It's not on the agenda. Okay. So we'd have to do that as a future agenda. Thank you.
I just, you see this in the volatility of the evaluations now and the changes that we've undertaken within this school district. And when I saw this come through before, not this resolution, but just idea that to start pay for performance, the only thing crossed my mind is somebody else needs to be hammering out how this sucker's supposed to work, because there's enough moving parts without this added on top. So I don't have any issue at all with what's been presented.
I move that the Carson City School District Board of Trustees adopt, as submitted, the pay for performance resolution in accordance with AB 483.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion? Concerns from the public? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, moving on to item 17, informational update on the CCSD tentative budget for fiscal year 2016-2017. This item is for discussion only, and we have Mr. Fueling.
Good evening, trustees. As you stated, President Cacioppo, this really is just an informational update. At the April 12th board meeting, the tentative budget was presented, and I promised to return with the most updated numbers in completing the budgeting process. And so a lot of that explanation is within your executive summary. So we have, this is just, again, to update you, on May 18th, we have the budget hearing coming up, which is next Wednesday. This is essentially the same budget you're going to see at that point. There will be some minor modifications. We just received the May count of our students. So with that count, I can do a large update of all of our enrollment projections. I know in popping those numbers in that I do have some expectation that there will be growth at the start of next year based on my best guess. We had a meeting at the Department of Education on Friday where there was some talk about class size reduction in full-day kindergarten and the way it's being funded. And I have what I believe are final numbers for that. But there's still some questions about the way they were calculated, so I'm not quite sure how solid they are. There were, as you know, for special education, the expected funding that we're receiving is about $800,000 less than where I thought we'd be. There were a lot of districts that were really upset at that meeting. Clark County was pretty quiet, and the charters were pretty quiet. They got all the money, but everybody else, we spoke up, and I don't know that there's going to be a change, but I think behind the scenes, there's still some work that we're doing trying to talk with NDE about how they have decided to do this. So, but I will have there is a number in here, and that's the number we'll run with at this point. If we would receive more revenue, that would be outstanding, but I'm not getting my hopes up at this point. I guess the only three things is really in going through this whole budgeting process. With the tentative budget, I had presented basically a deficit of 1.6 million. I have it down to about 1.5 without changing some of my revenue numbers yet, so I think that may improve slightly still. There's some money budgeted for contingency, and we'll talk more about that at the budget hearing. The only other two outstanding items, actually what we just discussed, the pay for performance plan. So what we have done is set aside an amount of money, $60,000, specifically in what is, I think it's Fund 475, which is the Alternative Compensation Fund. The district has not utilized that fund for a number of years. But because of the nature of, it's pages 35 and 36 in the budget, the nature of what that fund represented at one time, kind of in the idea of some type of pay for performance, it seemed reasonable to utilize that fund again. So there's a transfer going from the general fund to that fund, and so that money will reside there. Kind of like the teacher reimbursement fund. That money is funded, all the expenses will come out of that fund, so it's a clean spot that we have, and when we get audited, it'll be pretty straightforward to see what's going on there. The capital improvement plan is still under review. The Facilities Master Plan Committee has not come to a consensus on what we're doing just yet. So we've started entering numbers into that plan within this document, but it is by no means finalized. So that's when we come to the budget hearing next week. I'll be working with Mr. Cornick and Mr. Johnson to finalize what we think we should be bringing at this point, and we'll have discussion at that meeting about that. So that's really all I have. I just wanted to update you, and you'll be seeing this and some more at the budget hearing.
Great. Any questions for Mr. Fueling? Ryan?
If we were to entertain a resolution to extend that same performance pay to the rest of the employees, would that, I mean, will it be, I know obviously it will impact, but sure. Are you going to be pulling your hair out?
I'm always pulling my hair out. I don't know. I mean, I would have to crunch that a little bit. I mean, the reality is there's a deficit projected. I think ultimately it's up to the board if you would decide that that's something you want to do. But I can give you, at the budget hearing, I can give you an exact number of what I think that would look like. Mr. Reynolds? No. Okay.
At the budget hearing, will you have, like, since we have an $8 million ending fund balance, this way will we kind of have a feel for what's going to happen in the next year too? I mean, just deficit-wise?
Yeah.
We're still going to be running?
And I don't know if that would be something to get into at the budget hearing, but definitely at the, I mean, if the meeting following that, if you would want me to kind of talk about what I'm seeing going forward, and maybe it would be okay. I'm not sure if we can talk about multiple years at the budget hearing, but I mean that's definitely a conversation. I can show you some projections that I have on what's going on in the near future with us.
Yeah, so maybe not that budget, but maybe something else.
Sure.
I think that's something that, I mean, we've all been concerned with race to the top leaving and
right.
the change in other things, so.
All right, any additional questions? Oh, AJ, thank you again.
Okay, thank you.
Well, yeah. We'll see. Well, if we stay too long, Stacy's going to start, speaking of rocks, throwing them. Okay, we're going to move on to item 18, discussion on scheduling a board workshop to allow further dialogue on the Joint Advisory Committee JAC survey. This is for discussion only. And I'll start this off, and then Ryan, if you want to, please add to it, because I want to make sure I express my sentiments accordingly. And since you've been much more intimately involved in this, I'd like to get your perspective. But we've talked about how to come together to make sure we understand the effort that was put in by this committee. I think it was a great survey. We had a lot of involvement in the survey. I think we got some good information, some of which generally I think we had a feel. Those were the concerns, obviously. And there's some other areas that, maybe at first blush, I think we want to make sure we fully understand. And so after figuring out how best to do this, we thought maybe the best idea to meet open meeting law requirements and whatnot is to have a board workshop. And again, I want to make sure we don't, as a board, get involved in the how-to, the operational side of it, but at the same time, I think we want to provide Mr. Stokes and his executive board some direction on how we'd like to, what we'd like to see done, how we'd like to see proceed. I mean, some of the easy things as far as discussions were recognizing teachers and staff, all staff, based on their performance. But the harder part is, how do you do that? I mean, and so that's what I want this board to be. I want us to be able to go through and understand the work that was put into this, the findings that were made as a result of the survey, and so that we're educated enough to say, we hear you. I guess in the end, I want to make sure that all the work put into this, people know that we took it serious, we appreciate it, and they know that we're going to move forward in a certain way. And so that's my goal in this workshop. And if Ryan or if anybody else has any comments on that, please let me know.
I just have a question. Are the survey results public?
I can. Yes, please. So we discussed how much. So in a theory, since they were sent to us over email, they are. You could get a public information request, and anybody in the public could do that. However, from the committee standpoint, since people were so concerned with their privacy, we thought it might be best to have that summary, the 83-slide summary, instead of sending out all of this stuff to every person in the district, because as you guys know, we are small enough that you could probably drill down stuff to people. And so it was just in an effort to keep folks' privacy, yeah. And so no, it hasn't been sent out to everybody. What the committee was going to do, we were offering this to the board, the workshop, and then the administrators on the committee were going to meet with the administrators within the district and really, discuss with them and give them that 83-slide summary. And then the certified were going to meet with the teachers. We're going to meet with the teachers, or whoever wanted to still meet, and go over that too. So that would cover all the bases except for staff, and then I was going to start coming up with a strategy for that. Since we did, the JAC committee is certified teachers and administrators, but we lumped in the whole district for the survey because it was more of a cultural. So in order to reach everybody else, we'll need to reach out to do that too. And so we hadn't come up with an effective plan for that just yet, but that was the plan. So basically this, if you guys feel comfortable, then fine, but I agree with President Cacioppo. It's kind of like that last piece. We tried to make a good brief deal to you, but a question and answer dialogue might be helpful. That's what we were thinking.
I don't have a problem with scheduling a workshop. I just don't want to do it during the summer when the staff is on vacation, because I think they want to be involved and I want to give them their vacation. I mean, not that we couldn't do it in the summer, but I don't want it to be one of those things where it's like, oh, now we're doing it, and everybody's already taking their plan.
Yeah, I think I would, Richard, I would rely on you a bit to maybe, based on overall staffing and whatnot, what would be a good time to do this? And not that we need it right now, but, maybe come back to us with a,
We got 4 dates on
well, that's Trump, sorry, we do.
in the executive summit.
See, it's getting late.
I was looking up on the other one.
I know.
didn't get down that far.
No, it's there. I actually saw it.
This is why Ms. Cortez was the
This
employee of the year.
Yeah. This is why I don't do Mrs. Cortez's job. Okay, so we ought to talk about that now. We have
Oh, good. No.
yeah, four to look at. I don't know if we want to, if any need to be ruled out, or, what you guys are thinking. First of all, I guess in concept, is anybody against having a board retreat on this? Okay.
I think we can take action to set it. I guess we could make comments, because it's for discussion.
This is for discussion only. I think we can,
Take comments on what
we
dates.
can see what dates might work best, and then we can come back with, we have to put this on the agenda and say, announce when we're going to have this, so.
Does it have to, we have to agendize the workshop, right? But we don't have to wait for another meeting to.
No, I don't think we have to do that, yeah.
We just need to know tonight if there are any of these dates that you're not available.
Well, the committee would do a fantastic job without me, I'm sure of that. But I know 17 and 23, I can't do personally, but they're going to be far better than listening to me mumble and stumble through it. So it'll be okay if those work better for you guys. I think that I do agree with Joe, though, before the school is out, I think that 17, 23, 26 are better options.
I have Little League games on the 23rd, so that's the only one. And I don't think we should do it after school, because I think some people already have trips planned for that weekend after school gets out.
For me, every day is Tuesday, so they all work. Yeah, I don't have an issue with any of the days. I think when I first looked at it, yeah, again, summertime I thought might be a concern. I wondered if, the day before Memorial Day holiday was an issue for anybody. Again, I don't have any plans, but that would work for me if it works for others.
Approximately how long do you think the workshop will be?
I'd love to say an hour, but we never had a meeting that stayed to an hour. It was always, we're all looking at the clock trying to get through it. So, I mean, to be honest with you, I would just love to tell you an hour, but the reality is every time we start talking about this stuff, and it wasn't even tangents, it's a lot, and it was really, really good discussions. And so I think Mr. Delphin's exceptional at making an agenda, and we can hammer through things in an orderly fashion, but it will drift off a bit, I'm sure. So.
Then I would just request a starting time before 7 o'clock.
Oh, yeah.
Any day's fine, but before 7 would be good.
Oh, sorry. Mr. Delphin.
Thank you, President Cacioppo. So I just want to clarify a couple of things. We had 481 people respond to the survey. Majority were teachers. We did have admin, classified, nurses, and a few district office people, so it did go out district-wide. I think we got a pretty good cross-section. With that, too, the survey slides that Trustee Green was talking about was blasted out to all district staff, including the trustees. So when we looked at, in the JAC committee, just taking the raw data out and blasting it out maybe on a website or a link, we did talk about not just privacy, but also the amount of raw data. I mean, you started printing, as you mentioned a while ago, and out came a couple thousand pages. So we didn't want to kill people with the amount of data.
Yeah, I'm now the proud owner of a laser printer.
Right? So I can say without a doubt that anyone from the staff can come to the table and discuss the survey as well.
Okay, and I'm kind of thinking as far as, Trustee Green mentioned it, as far as setting the agenda, the information's there. Are you going to set the agenda, Mr. Delphin, or how do we want to do this? I want to make sure, to Stacy's point, that we know what our goals are, we know what our purpose is, and we don't waste any time. We jump right into it.
Yeah, I think Dr. Delphin will echo me here. We both consciously, once everything was kind of put together, started to step back a bit. So I think he makes good agendas, and I think he'll agree with me here. We'll work more closely with the actual staff members on the committee and let them guide it really from here. But he makes for an excellent point, man. I don't want to take the value away from him, but we've been trying to let them, because it's their voices. So that's really been how we approached it for especially last month or so.
That makes sense to me, so I'm good with that. So, okay, so it sounds to me like Thursday, May 26th might be the most available date for people? Do I misunderstand?
No, I'm good with that.
And that's just a comment.
Exactly.
How about time-wise? Are you all better at like 3:30, 4 o'clock, or would you rather get out past 6?
Well, our staff works.
They have real jobs. 5:30 maybe?
I'm just going to say that I'll be out that day. My daughter's graduating from high school. We have family. I would love to hang out with you guys, but I would then pass the baton to Mr. Stokes and Trustee Green on that day.
And I believe we're fine with that date. We would post on the 20th in order to meet our obligations for the open meeting law. And that would have to be at the board room at the district office, because we're not necessarily scheduled for this room. We're scheduled for this room on the Tuesday of the second and fourth Tuesday.
That sounds fine. Okay, so you have enough information? We're okay?
Yeah, that's 4 board meetings this month. For your enjoyment.
That's easier than the 3 payrolls we had last month at work, so.
Welcome aboard, Susan.
Now you tell me.
Okay, well, thanks, everybody. Item 19, approval of the consent agenda for possible action.
I move that the Carson City School District Board of Trustees approve the consent agenda as submitted.
Okay, a motion and a second. Any concerns, discussions, comments from the public? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Item 20, informational items. I just wanted to, this is for discussion only, I just wanted to remind everybody, Wednesday, May 18th for the budget hearing at the district office at 5:15 in the evening.
Renee, is it pizza?
Absolutely. And salad. And cookies.
Kind of sounds like leftovers. Item 21, request for future agenda items. Steve, you mentioned maybe putting something on a future agenda regarding, I'll call it pay for performance, but some kind of additional compensation for the rest of our staff that our resolution didn't encompass. And I'll leave that to you and your staff to figure out when you guys can get through something like that and bring that to us. And then Early in the meeting during public comment, we had Mr. Henry Dove come up here and express some concerns about some maybe ongoings over at the bus yard, and I don't know anything about that, but I don't know that it's a future agenda item necessarily, but maybe however you see fit to find out if there's concerns over there that, we ought to make sure aren't out of hand, if you will.
I'd be happy to look into that for you, Mr. President.
Any additional agenda items? Not hearing any. Item 22, this meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.